Mr. Garcia, we have a quorum.
On your call, Madam Vice President.
Please proceed.
Certainly. Trenton City Council regular meeting December 16th, 2025 is now called to order. Please stand and salute the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act pursuant to Public Law 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known. It was sent to the Trenton Times and Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton website. Formal action will be taken. We have one remotely. Roll call. Vice President Edwards?
Present.
Councilwoman Feliciano?
Present.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg?
Present.
Councilwoman Frisbee?
Present.
Councilman Harrison, for the record, I have not heard from him today, but I am not sure whether he is able to be at this meeting. Nonetheless, he'll be loaded as excused unless he shows. Councilwoman Williams?
Present.
Council President Gonzalez has called. She is excused from this meeting this evening. Myself, Brandon Garcia, Municipal Clerk, present. Mr. Edward Kaloji, Legislative Counsel. For the record, Mr. Kaloji is present via telephone. And Mr. West Bridges did call to inform me that he will be late, but he is en route as well. And Madam President, if you'd like, at this time, I'll read the invocation.
Yes, please.
Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and thy greater glory. Amen.
Amen.
And Madam President, as I understand it this evening, I have instructions to turn over the microphone to Councilwoman Frisbee as she is will be reading a special recognition this evening.
Yes. Councilwoman Frisbee.
Thank you, Vice President. So good evening, everyone. I started when I first got on council. I brought back in, initiated where we recognize individuals in our community and as well as those who are employed by our city, acknowledging them for the work that they do. And that includes those who actually work for the city. Some said that we shouldn't, it's their job, but I believe that to render unto Caesar that which is Caesar, and that means honor goes where honor is due. With that said, I want to read a recognition that was prepared for Mr. Pablo Diaz as he prepares to retire. And it reads as follows. The City of Trenton, City Council, City of Trenton, special recognition honoring Mr. Pablo Diaz. Whereas Mr. Pablo Diaz is a proud Trentonian, born and raised in Trenton, New Jersey, and has spent his entire life here. He was educated through the Trenton public school system through 1978. Mr. Diaz is an honorable man with a beautiful wife, 2 adult children, a host of grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren who he loves and they adore him. Whereas Mr. Diaz dedicated 17 years to the U.S. Army Reserves, completing his basic training in Fort Dix, New Jersey. He served this country during peacetime, working in motor pools as a head mechanic and organizer of convoys. And whereas Mr. Diaz has various positions throughout his career, such as a machine operator and building superintendent, before his employment with the City of Trenton began. Mr. Diaz is credited with nearly 25 years of service and is currently employed as a maintenance repair for the Department of Public Works Division of Public Property. He is a seasoned employee who serves as a force multiplier, magnifying the effectiveness of supportive strategic initiatives as it relates to the cleanliness and safety of the city facilities. And whereas Mr. Diaz has faithfully worked through the pandemic and other emergencies and disasters, always taking the lead, providing exceptional service and reliable. And whereas Mr. Diaz has served our great city of Trenton to the best of his ability, seeing tasks through with determination and dedication to his community. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, hereby recognizes and honors Mr. Pablo Diaz for 25 years of unwavering service to the City of Trenton, Department of Public Works, Division of Public Property, and it is signed by our Council President, Yasmin Gonzalez, and all members of the City Council. We congratulate you, we thank you for your service, and as you prepare to retire, know that we wish you well and that your work here is greatly valued, and we appreciate every bit that you've done every year that you have given to the City of Trenton. I'm going to ask you to come to the front if you have any words to say, but I'm going to pass it to my colleagues if anyone would like to say anything to Mr. Diaz.
Council Vice President,
Councilwoman Feliciano.
thank you. So, Pablo, thank you for your dedicated years of service. I got to know you from the different community works that I was doing, and you would always be there to help and set up and get everything ready with excellence, always on point, always on time, always friendly, always courteous. Just a wonderful, wonderful sight to see on those days that we would joke and we would laugh with each other and everything. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, just for being who you are. Thank you for being a stellar employee, and thank you for loving Trenton, for loving your job, and for doing it with excellence. I thank you, and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, thank you.
Council Vice President. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Pablo, just want to say thank you for your love affair with Trenton, and you've done so much for our city. I know that's a long time. It probably feels in a flash as you go to retirement, but also thank you very much for serving our country for so many years. When the words public service come to mind, you come to mind. And I just want to wish you and your family well as you go to retirement. I hope you have many great adventures, and God bless, and thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Councilwoman Figueroa Camber.
Thank you. Just thank you for all your years of service and dedication to the City of Trenton. It is really difficult sometimes to get people to stay in the City of Trenton, to dedicate themselves, and to every day hope that the city's going to get better. And, you know, I think that we're all proponents of change for the city. And I'm just grateful to you and many others who have dedicated their lives, stayed here, followed the rules, bought their homes here, raised their families here, you know, got educated here. And, you know, you're going to move on to grander things. I'm just hoping that the rest of your life is just as prosperous, and you dedicate yourself just as grandly as you did for the City of Trenton, and to everything else that you do, and to your children, your grandchildren, and to the future. So thank you so much for all the dedication here in the City of Trenton. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Harrison.
You see the tears in your eyes.
Hey,
All you got to do is look around this room. Everybody loves you, man. You're a hard worker. You always have a smile on your face, and you are what Trenton's all about, is the American dream. You love this city, you love this people, and you work hard, and you always gave 200%. So thank you for everything you've ever done, man. And I always appreciate seeing that smiling face every time you're out in the community. Thank you.
thank you, Joe.
You close. Pablo, I just want to say thank you so much for your service and your dedication, not only to our city, but to the United States of America with your service through the military. You are an exemplary example of an employee that we would love to have in the city. And I hope that we get someone that can replace you that is just as good. And I know they have some big shoes to fill. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So Pablo, thank you, Madam Vice President. So before you speak, I just wanted to say, when I heard that you were retiring, and then I heard that you had never been acknowledged for the work that you've done, I found that really surprising, and it was just a miss on our part. But I did want to just acknowledge you, and I did not want this moment to go past without saying thank you. And before you speak, I'm going to pass it to our director, Anna Terry, who would like to say something.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council. And I just want to say something about Pablo. Pablo, I'm so glad you are honoring a very worthy city employee, dedicated. I have known Pablo for years. Pablo has never been in my office for discipline whatsoever. As rough as public work is, Pablo is exceptional. And Pablo does anything and everything, regardless of his job title. You give him anything to do, Pablo doesn't. I have his personal phone because whenever I get calls at 2 a.m. in the morning, I don't call nobody but Pablo. Pablo will respond. I mean, I am so proud that you are living in good health, and I'll be there in Florida to say hello to you. All right? Thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
Well, thank you everybody very much. I hate to go, but I got to go. It's time to take a little break. Grandkids are waiting for me. I'm not going to stay still. I got to keep going, though. I enjoy working for the city. It was a great adventure. Thank you all once again. Thank you. Thank you.
And I ask that you please bear with us a moment as we go over to the corner for a quick picture, and it will return.
And we're really not letting him go, just so you know.
And his family too.
Good to see you. Take care. Merry Christmas to you and your beautiful family.
Mr. Garcia,
On your call, Madam Vice President.
we could begin the presentations?
Certainly. Madam Vice President, the first presentation we have listed is Kingsbury update. And so I know, VP, is there a time limit to this presentation?
Oh, 10 minutes, I'm sorry.
Understood. All right, sir, we'll start you when you're ready.
Is it on the screen? Or is it supposed to be? Great. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us back. Pleased to give you all and the public an update on what's going on at Kingsbury. So I'll start with the status of the tower renovations and show you some photos, and then we can answer some questions and call it a day. So just as a refresher, we acquired the building after a couple of years of hard work along with City Council back in December 2024. So it's been a little over a year now. We got to work on the construction immediately thereafter, rehabbing the interior of the apartments first, as that takes precedence to give a healthy and safe living experience back to the residents as quickly as possible. We started off that process with multiple meetings with resident leadership and large groups of residents in the common areas of the property to explain how the construction process would work and how the relocation would be a part of that. Also to introduce ourselves and the new property management team. The exciting bit that's really the big update today is we are wrapping up construction on the units in the West Tower, which is half of the property. So we're roughly 50% through our construction period. The final units will be wrapped up sometime between Christmas and New Year's, and residents will move back into them shortly thereafter in January. I also put on here that the demolition of the low rise was completed, I think, since I was last here, but that we all very quickly forgot about that because it looks like a storage construction yard right now, which is great. So if you drive by the building, which I'm sure many of you have, there's been a ton of work on the exterior of the buildings. It looks like a brand new property. There's still much to do and fine details, but this is the West Tower, and from a distance, it almost looks complete. The work on the exterior of the buildings will continue throughout the entire construction period, but the East Tower will look like this in just a couple of months. Here's some photos of what the interior of the units look like. This is staged with furniture. There's a whole laundry list of upgrades that have been made to these apartments. I think personally, the one I'm most excited about is the HVAC unit, which you see in the back right of this photo. The property used to be on a single loop of heating and cooling that had cold or hot water behind the walls with fans blowing off it into every apartment. So everyone had to be at the same temperature all the time, and that would cause leaks because that system was very old. Now, in every bedroom and every living room, each resident with the new apartment has a fully electric, non-hydronic, no water system that they can control the temperature on. And this is bringing fresh filtered air right from the outside of the building right into their apartment at whatever temperature they need. It's a nice shot of the bedroom. The kitchen, which looks great, brand new countertops, brand new appliances, new lighting, new cabinets, all stainless steel. You can see the nice new flooring over there on the right as well. New bathroom, perhaps a little bit less exciting, but clean, safe, ready to go. And this is not the first story at Kingsbury, but the design influence at another one of our properties in New Jersey. This is what we expect the final product to look like in the common areas. That's it.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yeah, so I want to first say thank you to Eli and to the entire team for all the work that you've been putting in. I know it's been a tedious project, but nonetheless, I'm glad to see that the low risers, no one really even realized that they're not there anymore because we are utilizing that space as we are building up. We were there. We got to do a walkthrough. Was just a few days ago. Yeah, just last week, a few days ago. And I have to tell you, it really warmed me to see from the moment we walked in, looking at the exterior, walking through there, coming into the apartments, seeing what they look like, seeing all the appliances, the new flooring, the new countertops, the lighting, the fact that they have a five high stove. I'm like, y'all need to have one extra one that has Frisbee's name on it in the back somewhere, I know. But it was just absolutely refreshing. And as I said then, this is what the residents of the city of Trenton deserve. And it makes me proud to want to call this home. And it makes me proud to say, yeah, we were diligent in making sure that our residents got exactly what they needed. So I want to just say kudos to you, kudos to your team. I know you've gotten a lot of feedback, that some of it was positive, some of it was negative, but I just wanted to tell you, good job, what you're doing here. I love the fact that they're not treating this as a universal thing. The HVAC system was one of my Achilles heels when we first started this off, with making sure that everybody does not have to have the same temperature in their unit. I like cold weather. There are other folks that don't. I'm laughing at me over there. I can see you, Jay. But I don't, my neighbor may not. So I'm glad that we were mindful and respectful that everybody is not the same thing, and allow people to show their independence, and just that basic as that. The bathroom you said wasn't exciting, but it is. When you have a clean bathroom and the ventilation system, and I am mindful to let everybody know, they didn't just change the faces of the units, of the HVAC systems in the bathrooms and throughout. They actually changed all of the filters, and everything is all cleaned out. There's no mold, there's no anything in there. So when the air or the heat is coming up, they're breathing good, clean, healthy. And so that part I also want to just acknowledge. So kudos to you, kudos to the team, and for working so diligently with those of us that are here on council and council as a collective. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Council President.
Madam
Vice
Vice President. Thank you. Just want to say thanks for coming tonight, for doing the presentation. It was important that we end this year with having y'all come to make sure people know what's been happening. A lot of folks have commented on seeing the outside of the building. So yes, this is really happening, and that's important. It's going to be almost 3 years since I had the first meeting I attended just before our at-large colleagues came on board, because it was considered a North Ward issue at that point, but it's quickly, able to be realizing that we're going to need all of council. It was that big, and I'm really proud to say that all of council was an integral part of making sure that this project is what we saw tonight, that it's as good as it is, and that voices were included of the residents, of our constituents. And that I think this is going to change some lives for the better and add some great perspective and positivity. Because I'll never forget, and I shared this at the beginning, the conversation I had with a senior citizen on the upper floor who told me that the building was so unsafe and the elevators were so unsafe. If there was a fire, she was going to get her grandbabies out, and she wasn't going to try to leave because she didn't think she'd make it. That is just one of the residents whose life you made better by this project. And to my colleague, Councilwoman Frisbee's point, it may seem like a small thing, but people controlling the temperature in a room gives them some autonomy, and it's a comfort, but it's an important thing. You're not in a tenement building where you have no say-so over your comfort or how you feel. And I think that over time is going to be a small thing, but yet to be a big thing. But also replacing all the laundries and making sure that there's brand new equipment, and seeing the kitchen refrigerator and a dishwasher. It's not the cheapest thing at Home Depot. That was really great to see when we did our tour. But also just the thought going in, making sure that each unit felt like it was a home. I was very pleasantly surprised how quiet it was because of the thickness of the glass, and that now the windows open only 4 inches, so it's safe. So children can't fall out, people can't throw things out the window, which unfortunately happened in the past. So this is going to be entirely different, and I'm just really excited for what's to come. I know Councilwoman Frisbee, Councilwoman Edwards, and I were on so many calls over a good, 18, 20 months, every other week on Fridays, whether we're on vacation or wherever we were, and seeing the things that are going to come, like a playground, all the other features that will really make this hopefully a model for the rest of the city. So I just want to wish you good luck. Thank you very much for all this happen and all that's to come. And I just want to say thank you to all my colleagues, because when you grow up in Trenton, Kingsbury did not have a good name. It was called Doomsbury. It was called a lot of things, and that's going to change. And that's wonderful. The partnership we were able to make with the board of Kingsbury, with the developers and the administration. And this is the proof that partnership can work. So thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
Council Vice President,
Councilwoman Feliciano.
thank you. So thank you for the presentation tonight. Just curious, when the tour was given to our colleagues, the whole I didn't get an email offering me a tour of the site. So I'm not sure how that was exactly arranged, but I'd like to have the opportunity to get a tour, as well as maybe any other council colleague that did not get the same invitation to come out.
Certainly.
Right? It's important that we all collectively have the opportunity. We all voted, we're all for this, and we all helped to make this happen. I do want to thank the committee, the subcommittee, Council Vice President Edwards, Councilwoman Frisbee, and Councilwoman Williams for doing the meetings and the calls, and then briefing us on what was going on so that we were aware as to what was happening. I guess everything kind of moved on. We kind of lost track, especially with the tour and everything. So I definitely want to make sure that we have the opportunity to do that, considering that when we first did the first initial tour that was set up by Council Vice President Edwards, it definitely looked one way. And then for us to be able to highlight where we are now, certainly we want to do that. I used to hang out in Kingsbury back in the day. I grew up out west side of Trenton, but I had friends that were over in Kingsbury. And when we went live on the one day, the first time, one of my girlfriends contacted me and was like, the unit that we were in was actually her grandmother's when we were there. And so it brought back memories and everything for her, and then also hope of revitalization and everything. So I'm glad to see that collectively this council was able to make this happen. And I'm grateful that we're finally seeing some movement and that it'll be done. I look forward to the end result, but I would like to have information so that I can schedule a tour so that I can see it. Thank you. Thank you, Council Vice President.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Thank you. Great job. I mean, we needed this in the city. This is a win-win. I've been in South Trenton my entire life, and Kingsbury was once a part of South Trenton. My 5 god babies were raised in Kingsbury. So I was in and out of there quite often, and it was a sad sight. Nobody deserves to have to live in conditions like that. We have been tearing down project housing and other housing around the city of Trenton for very similar reasons. I'm glad that this was able to get done and at the caliber that it has. Again, Councilwoman Feliciano alluded to when we were first brought on the tour, it had been several years since I had been in Kingsbury, and the conditions that we saw were atrocious. Like, nobody needs to live in those conditions. So I'm really glad that we were able to get to a point to alleviate those concerns and better the conditions, make it a place where people should be able to live and breathe in and raise their children in, because that is exactly what's happening. So kudos and thank you so much. I know it's been a long time coming. And again, kudos to my colleagues who have been part of the ad hoc, who have been, dedicating their times and meeting after meeting and, keeping up with you and your board, your colleagues, and then bringing it to us and then letting us kind of see where we need to go. Just one quick question for you. I think you kind of sped past it, or I just didn't hear it, but you mentioned something about the lower towers and kind of what it is now or what it's going to be. Can you just kind of verify that a little bit for me, please?
So currently it's being used as a staging area for construction materials that are going into the towers. We have temporary construction offices, trailers, et cetera. The long-term plan is to build housing on that site. But I think the fully developed plan to present that to the city is still in the works.
Okay.
So it will eventually go to the city in one form or another for approvals and conversations about what it is to be built there. But we do this for a living. We do this all day, every day, and we'd like to build more apartments.
Okay, because I think at one point there might have been discussion about that being some medical facility or something else. So now we're leaning back towards possibly more housing.
Open-ended.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing that when the time comes. Whatever it is, I hope it's beneficial to the city and to our residents moving forward. But great job so far. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
Councilwoman Harrison and then Councilwoman Frisbee.
What I wanted to say is I'm so happy for the people who live at Kingsbury. I remember seeing many times people would be standing in the lobby waiting 10, 15 minutes, waiting for the elevator to come back down because the other one was broke. So, and it's good to see that each unit now has their own heating and air conditioning in it, which is wonderful. This is what the people of Kingsbury deserve. Thank you.
Agreed.
Well, thank you, Madam Vice President. So let me just recap. I forgot to mention, and John, I'm Eli, I don't think you talked about it, but it's important that we acknowledge the safety issues that have also been addressed there, where when it comes to the front, there will be safety parameters put in. But one of the things that I love that's already there is that there are cameras all throughout the hallways, all throughout the stairwells. There are cameras, so the residents feel a sense of safety, a more that someone else is looking out for them. And the cleanliness of it, I have to also just comment on, is absolutely refreshing. I also wanted to say, I wanted to thank you for also working with DCA to make sure that we are up to code with fire. That was one of the biggest concerns, as Councilwoman Williams alluded to. One of the concerns was that if a fire happened in that building on one of those upper floors, that there were not enough holes in length to get to those residents. And now that we are working to make sure that that is not the issue. So just making sure that everybody understands we're trying to address every issue, every concern. So I just want to make sure we were clear on that. And I did want to address my council colleague. It was an oversight and not a slight. We didn't, and it wasn't even just our council. There are others who have been in contact with me. I got a phone call, actually 2 phone calls, 2 text messages, that they weren't invited to this. And it is an oversight on our part because we didn't realize that it didn't go out to everyone. It was our intention that we do it in groups of 3 or 2, however we do it with council, 2, 3, whoever can make it, and along with even some of the board members who also wanted to be in attendance. So I'll just say to my colleagues who would like to go, we would love for everybody to get a tour so you can get the feeling and excitement that we got when we went there. And the same thing with the board members, if an invitation would be extended to the board members. Again, as I expressed to them, it was not a slight, it was an oversight on our part that they were not, the invitation was not extended to them. It's just miscommunication, but it's nothing, the tower's not going anywhere, so we can all just still extend it, please, and everybody, we didn't do it on purpose. We just were excited about it. We wanted to have the tour before we got here for the presentation so we could talk from a place of knowledge. So thank you again. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Eli, and I want to say thank you to all of your colleagues and everyone that has been a part of this. It was essentially an ad hoc committee tour, but it was open to other council members who were available to attend. So I'm glad that Councilwoman Frisbee did clear up any confusion behind that. So it was an oversight, but I would love if you guys can schedule a couple of more tours that would include the rest of the council and the board members of Kingsbury as well. And I guess members of the public want to see the building. Everyone's so excited about it. They're excited to see the progress that you have made here up close and in person. And I think that right now, the way that it's staged will bring in just a refreshing type of feeling for everyone that has had any type of experience prior to the renovations of these buildings. Having grown up my entire life in Trenton, I've had many friends and family members that lived in those buildings, and I always hated that they lived there. And now I don't have to worry about them so much anymore. And I think that with this revitalization of this building, it revitalizes the entire neighborhood, and it just brings a refreshing sense of newness that I think that hopefully the people that were making the area unsafe would think twice before they do that again. And so I think that's it. Anyone have any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Madam President, your next presentation is from Trenton Parking Authority,
Thank you.
TPA.
Hi, folks. Pleasure to be here tonight. And thank you for our council member liaison, Teska Frisbee, for initiating this. My name is Ann Labat, and I currently serve as the board chair of the Trenton Parking Authority. And I think this is kind of just an opportunity to give an update of what we've been up to, and we haven't done this in a while. So mostly this is sort of an, we'll start as an overview. Going to page 1, it's a bit of a refresher as to what the Parking Authority actually owns and operates. There are a total of 7 parking decks downtown, 3 of which we operate, 2 the state operates, and 2 are privately owned and operated. So on the screen right now is our North Warren Street garage, which is actually our oldest, but actually beginning just before COVID and then during COVID, we replaced 2 elevators, and we've been doing steady maintenance, and that workhorse continues to work well for us. We do have some old technology there. We only offer daily and monthly parking, but we also are able to facilitate use with Mercer County Community College students with some evening classes as well as daytime and faculty. Next one. Okay, the Lafayette Yard Garage, folks know, is the one near the hotel. It's funny, it feels new because I remember when that was open, but it's really not new anymore. But that is adjacent to the hotel, so we're hopeful with the city's work to get the hotel open to enjoy that traffic. We do offer 24-hour parking there. That's the one location downtown we offer that. and we do hourly as well as daily and monthly at that location. Next is the Liberty Commons Garage, which is very much centrally located in downtown, entered on Front Street. That offers hourly, daily, and monthly parking rates. That's the newest of our garages. And then we do operate one surface parking lot that is very near City Hall, right behind, just I guess north of here on Merchant Street. That is primarily used by the federal courthouse folks, but it's certainly very accessible to NJDEP visitors, City Hall visitors, and the like. One fun thing to note is that little corner that is near where Commerce and Stockton Street are noted. We're talking to folks in the recreation department right now about having an extension of the Freedom Skate Park there, which would be a nice asset for young people, or whoever is skate parking, but I know it's mostly young people. But that's kind of an underutilized section there that can be fenced off and made useful in that recreational way. So with that, kind of an important update is to understand that we did struggle during COVID. Luckily, the state stuck with us, and that 75% of our income base was solid, but we lost significant non-state customers, and it's been a bit of a struggle to recap that. The chart on the right, I guess, kind of is a way to illustrate that. You can see how by the time 2021 hit, our income truly plummeted and then began to build back up. The last column is the cumulative, and it was literally just last year that we kind of got back to where we were in 2018 and 2019. And what that's meant, what we did during that period is we spent down our reserves pretty dramatically. Not the best thing, but the once in 100 years pandemic sort of warranted doing what we needed to do. We also sought out savings wherever we could find them, which was primarily reductions in staffing, wherein we kind of shifted people around in shifts and made sure we optimized our folks and put them where they needed to be. We addressed just the most urgent repair and replacement issues, and whatever could be done in-house, we did. Rather than contracting it out, we got our teams on that. And we'll, as we kind of recover, we want to begin to address any repair and replacement issues that were backburnered, if you will. We did also begin to very aggressively seek new sources of income. You may have noticed that there are cellular towers on the exterior of the garage near the hotel that we worked with Verizon on. I think there may be more of it. I'm sorry, I neglected to mention that Will Conway, our builder's rep, is here helping me out, and he's been very involved in all this stuff and may have answers that I don't know, but I think there might be some more cellular opportunities for us. And then we also, at the Warren Street facility, have first floor kind of retail and office space. We operate from there, as does the Trenton Downtown Association, but we're trying to open up more retail, kind of get things in better shape and get some tenants in there for additional income. And just to also enliven a little corner of downtown. In terms of what's kind of on our front burner now, the Broad Front Front Street Garage redevelopment site, we always refer to that as the very best development site in downtown, if not the whole city. That garage is structurally unsound, had been for a very long time, and we took it offline in 2012 and have been trying to work on redeveloping that and making the best possible use on that. So we did secure an asset activation grant from the New Jersey Economic Development Authority. That allowed us to hear from the community members through a civic engagement process. We then were able to issue a request for expressions of interest to the real estate development community, which has allowed to us to hear from the market. What would the market want to think would be viable there? That document is still live. Our website is goodforrevolutionaries.com. And we really designed that as a sales document. We want to sell Trenton and sell the stories of Trenton. That's a beautiful site overlooking Mill Hill Park, south facing, which is very desirable in many respects, particularly for residential. So that is ongoing. We have been talking to developers and trying to find the one that's going to do the best for the city. And we hope that our site becomes leverage for a bigger project, because we all know there's a fair amount of vacant properties right on that block. And if we can get some of those as a part of a larger development footprint, I think that portends more tax income down the road, just more liveliness in our downtown. So we really want to take this opportunity to find the best match as a developer there. We are, and this is the heavy lift that Will is working with us on, we are trying to prepare that building to be demolished. And the idea is make sure there are no hazardous or troubling materials there, be it asbestos, PCBs, elevator fluids, or whatever. Get that all done in advance, which simplifies and makes the demolition itself a lot less costly. So that's ongoing. We are working on that with funds that were a state allocation from a number of years ago that the state decided that they would handle that through the Capital City Redevelopment Corporation. So we're teaming up with them and working through that step by step. Pardon me? Oh, okay. And I just, wanted to note the TPA does try to collaborate downtown. We have over the years, we took over a troubled property from the city back in 2000, which is the one we're now trying to redevelop. We were very involved with the hotel and used up a lot of reserves at that time. We do free evening and weekend parking at Liberty Commons, coordinate with event planners when something's happening in the park or nearby downtown. I won't necessarily read all those because I think people can see them. One thing, and just new for 2026, we are looking to upgrade our technology. We want to be able to collect better data on our usage of facilities, hoping that with more people living downtown, we'll start to have evening and weekend usage by new residents, which would be income for us, but also good for developers that don't have to then build parking. They can use ours. And then we would also like to begin a collaboration with the Trenton Parking Utility, which, as you know, is the entity in City Hall that runs the parking meters, because we think it's important to begin to look at the downtown meter parking, which is underpriced. So we did two quick little charts there to show you our pricing for a 90-minute visit to downtown, which is literally at half the rates of some of our neighbors. And the best practices in the industry is that prime parking on the street in front of the business is the best parking, and it ought to be charged for the most. And we're doing the opposite of that. And that's really problematic for our merchants because they need the turnover of cars to get businesses, to get people in the businesses. And it's a policy question that, because we don't manage the meters, we're looking to collaborate and get that change. The second chart does show that currently it's cheaper to park on the street than to come into our garages but it hurts our merchants.
Thank you so much, Ms. Labat. This was an excellent presentation. Does
Happy to
anyone have
answer any questions.
Have any
Council President? Vice
Councilwoman
President?
Williams?
Thank you, ma'am. So thank you very much, Ms. Labat, for coming tonight to talk about TPA, because we actually, like you said, we don't really get to do that. So this is important. So I do have some questions. So regarding the North Warren Street garage, I know I mentioned this to you a while ago before tonight. Was any discussion held with the Board of Education about daylight, twilight, potentially utilizing any spots in the last few months? 'Cause-
It seems to me they did talk to our folks. I do think they ended up in lots over on Hanover that Ajax
okay.
owns because they're just closer.
Gotcha.
We do more with the county college, the faculty and students there. I mean, we'd welcome them. We have capacity, but people tend to want to be as close as they can, and we do have competition.
No, that's true. Well, at least they know that it's available for the future, so that's good.
Clear. Yeah.
Okay. Also, is there? I recollect when I went to an event at Mercer County for when they did a Mardi Gras or New Orleans music event. There was an abandoned car on the first level. Is it still there by chance, or do you have any abandoned cars? Because I know some people have complained online that they've seen in a few of the garages, like cars with a lot of dust and dirt on them that haven't been moved in years.
Can I defer to you on that?
We do have a couple cars that we're working on getting removed. There was a van that was removed from the Liberty Commons.
Yes, that one too.
So that one was actually, I believe, removed even today.
Oh, okay, good.
But there are a couple other ones. Some of the hard ones are some of these contracts that we have are with the state. The state cars stay there for a while. If nobody's using it, then the state cars park for a while. They do collect dust or cobwebs or things. The guys try and keep note. We have lists of kind of the cars that we have. There is one car that they've been working with the family. The father passed away. It's an old Cadillac. The father passed away. The son kind of wanted it, but he couldn't afford right now. So they have capacity, so they haven't removed it yet. We're trying to work with them.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's something to be arranged. But again, I can understand with the state, particularly with COVID, if they're not using them, as long as they keep paying the bill, then they can stay. Okay. And then regarding, I just was curious, because I know we've talked about this here at council before about nighttime having free hours at Liberty Commons. So I was glad to see that you said that they, as far as being available for nighttime and weekends, are there any, what are the hours on the weeknights?
I think it's till 10 o'clock. And we do encourage people, if there's an event, like we work with a lobby club, if you've got a big, they'll have a New Year's Eve dinner there. And then people might just go straight to the War Memorial and not necessarily move their car. And we just say, let us know, because we can pay a little overtime and have somebody there to keep that garage open. We've gotten calls from church groups that are doing weekend events, and they give us notice. It's not challenging to make those arrangements, and we're happy to do so.
Okay. And then as far as free parking, what are the hours of that at this point at Liberty Commons? Because I know I've mentioned in the past about Friday nights particularly.
So Liberty Commons right now does have Friday evenings after 5 o'clock through until Sunday. It is free parking for local residents. We do have a parking attendant that's still there and still watches everything, but it's free parking. There was holiday, there was talk of incorporating that into holiday parking as well, so that it extends to Lafayette. I don't know if that was passed, but I'll follow up with that.
Okay, because I believe my colleagues, Councilwoman Feliciano, Councilwoman Edwards have also asked about this, talked about this, as well as everybody's talked about parking being an issue in our town. But if we could advertise that a little bit more, or even with the sandwich boards that you guys use sometimes, particularly for Friday nights, because a lot of people, they do want to do something downtown, but having that proximity to Lobby Club, Skillet, to Smokehouse, and the station particularly, and any other places, they really do want to have, a parking garage they can go into. The street's available, but like Front Street is difficult once the part by Liberty Commons fills up. So that would be really great for our downtown businesses.
Yeah. I like the idea of the sandwich boards, actually. I mean, we do collaborate really closely with TDA because they do the push, emails, what's going on, and they put our stuff out there pretty well, but any ideas are welcome, so.
Okay. No, that would be wonderful, even if that could start,
I'm partial to
soonish
sandwich
for
boards.
Friday
Yeah.
nights, because it's a big night downtown. And then the last thing, I was glad that when you talked about the pre-demolition work that's happening, because a lot of folks are hoping that we will have the Front Street Garage demolished at some point before too long. Do we have any ideas of when a possible demolition could happen?
Well, the way the NJEDA incentives work, that can be rolled into the development project. And I've always been kind of averse to doing it in advance so that you have a gravel pit in the middle of downtown, which isn't inviting because right now there are nice murals up there. So the expectation is, and we don't have the money to tear it down. We have some money, but it's a pretty expensive undertaking. So we expect to work with a developer, and that would then be a part of an overall development scheme because the incentives make that smart.
Okay. And then as far as that development, could you just describe what the overall vision is? Just because a lot of people ask. And
My vision?
well, what does the developer, I know you've been working on some designs. Because by the way, congratulations on the award that TPA received in Atlantic City at the League of Municipalities. I should.
Yes, that picture of us getting an award in the municipalities was taken by none other than photographer, Councilwoman Jenna Williams. But yeah, that was nice. I need to be careful what I say because we really do have a few.
Okay, I don't want to push into an area.
Yeah, there's a few
go,
developers
but-
that want to do it, and we're trying to get the most ambitious one, if you will, that's kind of got a vision that's broader than just that piece, because, the Trenton Savings Fund building abuts us. The Nexus surface parking lot abuts us. The old Family Dollar store is empty. The Rainbow Store is marginally occupied. So there's opportunity there for somebody to think big. And it's right there, so let's encourage that is our thought process.
Okay. And then last question, regarding that structures, I know in the last year or so, there's been, people have noticed cracks in different pillars, and there's been some construction, looking at to see what the condition of the building is, if it's in possible shape to collapse at any point. And I know that, with the fencing and everything.
Yeah.
Where are we at with that? Is it stable? Do we not have to worry about it right now?
Yeah, we very much are working with the county construction, and Will can add in, but it's inspected every month.
Every month, yes.
Every month we have an engineering team just to make sure. And for several months, nothing.
For the last year, we've had no movement or anything to report. We have a engineer on board that does a monthly site inspection of the whole place.
So as far as stability, are we good for several years at least?
It's yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council Vice President.
Does anyone else have questions?
Council
Councilwoman
Vice
Feliciano?
President. Thank you.
Okay.
No.
Just a quick question.
And then me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Just a quick question. So I was looking over the last audit findings and recommendations for you all here. Just a quick question. From you had a finding 2023, right, about the testing of contracts and disbursements, and they wanted you to get proper written approval from management for this, the written capitalization policy to be established, and in the process to determine not to exceed amounts on open-ended contracts and certifications, right? So it carried from 2023 to 2024. They made their recommendations, and then your response was that management has reviewed the finding and is in agreement, right? A corrective action plan will be completed within 45 days. So was the corrective action plan done? Were these findings satisfied? Have you now taken care of the conditions that existed for 2023 and 2024?
I believe so. I mean, we use Mercadian auditors, who I think the city uses as well. And they usually give you a they highlight what they see as an issue, and they give you a recommendation, and we have a longstanding, confidence with them. So I'm pretty certain we pursued what they recommended, right? Yeah, actually, Will's relatively new. He wasn't there during those years. I'm sorry. But I think it had to do with purchase orders specifically and having purchase orders.
Not properly numbered and stuff.
But yeah,
I see it. But the result of it could be the over understatement of account balances and also non-compliance with the state law. So I'm just asking, have these findings finally been taken care of, or will we see them appear again?
You know, I'm not an accountant or an auditor, so let me get back to you on that.
Okay. And so just so to be clear on it, we have people that garner salaries from working at the TPA, right? And so then we have someone that is responsible to oversee the daily operations.
We have an inside manager, an administrative manager. Patrice Harrison has been with us for about 20 years, probably crossed paths with her. And then Phil Jackson is our field manager. He supervises all the booth attendants and repair and janitorial guys. And he's been with us for probably a dozen years. And all of them are on payroll in the retirement plan and the like.
Right.
And so all of that financial stuff goes through a payroll system, which is the bulk of our expenditures.
I see that.
That is our biggest cost. And, you know, frankly, I think it's important to people downtown. We know that if you go to the train station, and we love Nexus and all, but they don't staff. So if you're looking to see eyes, kind of keeping an eye on things, it's all, you know, maybe cameras, but we do staff our garages during their open hours, and then people have a confidence level that there's somebody keeping an eye on things.
Okay, great. So if you could just get the answer back about the findings and everything, and if they've been satisfied, then I would appreciate that. Thank you, Council Vice President.
You're welcome. Councilwoman Frisbee.
So I just want to say thank you for coming out this evening. It's important to me that whatever committees or boards that I'm on, that I'm not just hearing it, but I also get to have an opportunity to have you come out and report out. Takes away giving second middleman information. We can hear directly from you. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your diligence, and congratulations on securing the grant. I'm sorry I couldn't be there that day to just be excited with the whole team as the work has been being done. So thank you. And again, I'm going to have you come back out again in a couple of more months. Thank you.
And I will tell you, we haven't been asked in a while, so thank you.
Absolutely. You'll be asked more. Trust me.
Thank you. Lastly, I have a couple of questions. So, in expansion on the conversation about the Broad and Front Street redevelopment site, you mentioned that this was acquired in about 2000, year 2000, and then 5 years after it was built, there's been structural issues. So about 2005, I want to say, when was it?
No, actually, the city built that facility, and it was even while they still owned it that they started to have problems. And that's when they said, you take it over, before my time. And so there was a lot of money invested over many years until people just said it's the money pit, if you will. And we just decided to take it offline, and we had capacity in the other decks that we're able to shift parkers and not hit our bottom line. And to be honest with you, I think it's such a beautiful site that we can find a better use for it anyway. But there's longstanding structural problems there that are not worth continued investment.
Okay, and how many offers or interests do you have on the property?
I would say 4.
Because I remember going to a couple of the community civic engagement.
I remember you being there.
Events
Yes.
At about to say Waterworks.
Artworks was one, and then one at the college.
The Artworks, yes, in the college. And those were a few years ago at this point.
It was. I mean, we did the civic engagement first so that we would have that information when we started to issue the RFEI, that we could recognize what the community was asking for. so the developers could get that. So the sequence was important to do that first. The interesting thing was the most vocal people wanted us to make sure we had skateboarding there, which is not developers' idea, but the best investment for all the obvious reasons.
Yeah, I get that. It is definitely a popular skateboarding site. Unfortunately, we need a revenue tax-paying
That's right.
entity
That's right.
on this property.
Yeah.
I think most of us would like to see that. Can we go over the funding for it? Because I'm hearing things through the grapevine about EDA or the CCRC perhaps having funding to demolish the building, not just to do pre-demolition work, but from what I'm hearing, that EDA it has offered to pay for the demolition of the garage. However, they need to acquire it and have site control in order to pay for it, and then they could give it back when it's done. Can you elaborate on that?
A couple of things. Several years ago, I want to say at least 4, maybe 5 years ago, the mayor interacting with the governor said, we need money to tear this down. And we had already heard by that time that it was a $3 to $4 million project. And the state allocated 1.5 million, but then they didn't really give it to us. And so the fiscal year ends and we get our assembly people to make sure it's in the next year's budget, and they do. And it's just a whole process. So finally the state decided rather than giving us the money directly, they would give it to CCRC. And so then the CCRC has its grant process, and in fits and starts, took time, but we identified the important pre-demolition stuff that should be done no matter who demolishes it. And it's very key to do those in advance so that the demolition itself is clean and simple and doesn't require crazy insurance because there might be problems. We've taken care of all that. So that's what we've begun to draw down from that 1.5 million to take care of all that. There will be some money left over there, but we're still going to be short. I think a lot of people in the EDA talk about stuff like that. We've never gotten a specific proposal, but I will also say to you that we started this not terribly long after the Christie administration ignored all of the public in terms of the projects that they did. When we were trying to get them to build those new buildings closer to the center of town to populate our streets, and he just wanted to build really quick before he left office. And so we thought that it was important that this be a Trenton-led project and that Trenton kind of be in the driver's seat deciding how this is going to be, because the state and folks at the state will say to you, haven't always done right by Trenton in terms of development. So we're very much in touch with CCRC. The incentives that the EDA has, I think, are going to be absolutely central, very vital to a developer. And kind of as an aside, when we first issued the RFEI, the program was considered almost unworkable. It was a difficult incentive program for developers to use. We started interviewing developers December of last year early, and by the end of December, the legislature had totally changed the program for the better. And then the governor changed and signed the rules and regulations first quarter of this year. So we went back to those developers and said, all of whom weren't even going to take advantage of the EDA program because it was so unworkable. So we needed to take the time to go back to them and say, look at this, because it's difficult to make the numbers work in Trenton. You know, we don't get Jersey City rents. So where Jersey City takes the EDA money and pays for sheetrock, but they're getting 2 and 3 times the rent, we don't get discounts on sheetrock or steel or whatever, and the rents here are lower. So it's tricky to do development here, and the EDA program really will allow us to do a quality project, and their incentives will fill those gaps. But not all developers want to take on the complexity and the risk that's associated with that. And that's why there's the continuing conversations.
Okay. I understand the complexities of all of this, but I have to express my concern on behalf of a large amount of the public who has been wondering and complaining, recommending and suggesting things for this site. And to no avail, it doesn't seem like anything's going to come to fruition for the unforeseeable future. I'm hoping that, there is something that you guys can come to a compromise on with the EDA. If the state does have funding to demolish it and is offering to do that, then if TDA doesn't have a formal proposal from them, maybe that's a way or a place or area where TPA can kind of bridge that gap. Because we are hearing things through the grapevine that there is funding available, and for years at this point for both pre-demolition and demolition, but they're saying that TPA is not cooperative. So I'm hoping that after the conversation today, that you guys can take some of that into consideration, the concerns from the public, and try to work with EDA on getting this demolished, because it does seem to complicate things if a developer has to demolish the building. So if there's funding available, let's try to make that happen for the good of the order, because it's been close
Well,
since
I'll
2012.
circle back, but nobody's been knocking on our door saying, here's the money. In fact, they've made it somewhat difficult until recently for us to draw down the money that the mayor already got for us. So, I would caution, there's a lot of wannabe developers out there, including in state government, but do they have the person, the department, the authorization? In fact, in the state, there's a lot of reliance on private developers, and that's why they have the incentives that are targeted toward developers. So I'll have some more conversations and tell people that that's kind of the word on the street and what am I missing. But we're in touch with, Julie Krause particularly, and now Nat Bodenheimer at CCRC, and they're pretty wired in.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you. For the sake of time, I don't have any more questions other than to just make a closing statement that, the garage at Liberty Commons closing at 10 p.m. We get a lot of complaints about that too, and there has been suggestions or requests for it to be 24 hours, or at least during the time where there's events downtown that don't end until 10. A lot of people have gotten locked in that garage, myself included, on a first Friday, and had to come back the next day to come get my vehicle. But it would be great if that could be coinciding with the events to, extend it out.
And we have been responsive to that when asked, but I can bring back maybe if it's always going to be a first Friday activity, or now actually second Fridays is what is coming out of City Hall, we can certainly take a look at that.
Right.
We like people to be in our garage.
Yes. More people that can access it, the more money that you can get.
That's right.
All right. Thank you so much for your time and all of this information.
Sure.
Enjoy your night.
And do call if anything comes up.
We will. Mr. Garcia, we have one more. We don't have a presentation. We don't have a third presentation, but there is an issue that is going on. Some concerns, I would say, not an issue, but concerns from the public. Something that was brought to our attention in regards to a letter from Director Simple from Trenton Waterworks Department to the Department of Environmental Protection in regards to there being frazzled ice and a shutdown having happened at 7:30 a.m. on Friday. Unfortunately, council was not notified, and we found out on Facebook yesterday, days afterwards, and we want to tighten up on that communication. But just for the sake of the public's concerns on what happened on Friday, if there's anyone from the administration that could kind of elaborate on what happened, just to kind of settle people's nerves, because there are rumors that it was still shut down up until yesterday, and that wasn't true. And a staffer hopped on Facebook in the comments and said it wasn't true and set the record straight. And I appreciated Mr. London for that. But or was it Tim or Johnson? So if there's anyone that can speak to this.
Madam Vice President, ask Mr. Garcia if you would mute the whatever, whoever this, so we can hear that right there. It's Pelosi. Tell him Pelosi to mute.
It's a lot of noise. Sorry, we were just having some sound distractions over here. We're trying to get straight. Thank you, Director Simple, for stepping up. Can you just elaborate on what happened with this incident Friday and, share that?
Yes. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council Vice President. So we had a brief incident with Frazzle Ice on Friday. It lasted about 2 hours, 3 hours? 3 hours, and the plant was back on. So what people put out there was incorrect, was totally inaccurate. And the plant has been functioning since then. No problems right now. So concerning the letter, speak about the letter? Or you want me to speak about the letter? I didn't.
Let me just explain about the letter situation. So, I'm sorry, Maria Richardson, Business Administrator. As part of the protocol from the Trenton Water Works, right? They are supposed to inform DEP that the plant ceased operations for those 2 and some hours, 3 hours. And so the letter that was sent, I think it was originally sent to the director on Friday, 4:35 or something like that. So, but the letter was basically referring to our communication to them because it was part of our protocol. This is not something that the DEP found out because they came to the plant or because there was a critical emergency at the plant, but because we were the staff, the director, and the technicians, the engineers, they were following basically our own protocol that we need to communicate to DEP.
Thank you. I have a few questions if anyone wants to go first. Or Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you, Council Vice President. All right. So first, I would like to acknowledge a message that I got from Mr. Frank Cusack regarding all of this. And what he said was, I mean, he was the person that tagged myself and Council Vice President, and I think Council President on the letter in the first place. So we of course didn't know about it. I thanked him for sharing it. But, he was saying that he says, I'm a concerned user of the waterworks with a toddler that wants a secure, safe, and equitable utility for my child and everyone else's future. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, as I said, that we would ask questions on tonight about that. So the plant shut down for about 3 hours, right?
Yes.
So what then happens when that happens, when it shuts down? What do we tap into for water to keep going?
The reservoir.
The reservoir. How many days worth of water does the reservoir hold?
Approximately 3 days of storage.
3 days. Okay. So how many times during this calendar year have we had to use the reservoir?
Well, we use the reservoir every day, but are you asking if the plant was shut down?
Yes. How many times did we have to tap into the reservoir because of the plant being shut down this calendar year?
I don't know that number off the top of my head.
Okay. Would you say it was more than 2? More than 3? So there were several times during this calendar year that the plant was actually shut down. Would it have been due to this Frazzle Ice situation? Would it have just been due to it being shut down?
Well, I'll give you an example. We were shut down with the divers doing cleaning of sedimentation. So that was a 12-hour shutdown we had on Monday and Wednesday the previous week. So yes, during those times we count. So anytime there's work being done on the plant where we would need to shut down, but I don't know the number off the top of my head. I can get that for you.
Okay. And so there's 3 days worth of water that's there. When we take water from the reservoir and we use it to function, how long does it take for us to refill the reservoir to get back to 100%?
It depends on demand, but usually between 24 to 48 hours.
24 to 48 hours, okay. And so we have the ice reduces the intake flow, right? And then you said we have blowers in place to help reduce that from happening. What's the plan to address additional freezing if it happens? Like, so I guess if it's a certain degree outside, the ice will build, right? We have it for whatever, 20 degrees or what have you. Like, what is the plan for if the degree continues to go low and things happen and then this intake thing is clogged? Like, what's the plan for that?
So the plan was originally on Thanksgiving evening when we saw that temperatures were beginning to drop below freezing. We have staff around the clock that comes in and blows off the screens on an hourly basis. That particular night, we did have staff there, but the ice was building up. There's several conditions with that. It's not just the temperature, it can be wind that causes a factor. So that previous day, there was significant wind, the temperature dropped. So our current compressors we have, we are limited to how frequently we can blow off. So we got a rental compressor on site, which we can blow off more frequently. So that increases the time to do it. Instead of doing it 1 to 2 times in an hour, we're able to do it 4 to 5 times in an hour to blow off all 6 screens. So that's part of what we're doing for the Frazzle Ice condition.
So I know that with this Frazzle Ice, so the DEP, didn't they refer the people that we were supposed to use or something to even fix this in the first place?
No.
So how did that work, right? We paid X amount of dollars for this to be looked at. The intake. This whole intake thing, wasn't it recommended that we utilize someone, and this was supposed to be taken care of, and now it's not taken care of, and now here we are?
No, the intake problem will not be fixed overnight. We have an RFP out now for engineering services to do a full study and make recommendations to fix the current situation at the intake right now.
Right. So so this is an intake problem. Like, so my thing is, all we have right now is just blowers in place to figure all this out. So what happens if the reservoir is being tapped into, the intake's not moving like it's supposed to move, we're delivering services to our clients and everything. Like, how do we make sure that everything just keeps moving as it's supposed to keep moving?
Well, with the continuous blow-offs that we're doing, we're able to keep flowing to the plant. We also have interconnects with New Jersey American Water. If the reservoir level got to a level where we needed to open the interconnect, so we can get receive water supply from there, but we are not at that point yet.
So if something happened, then we would have to tap into American Water to get water from them to be able to function. Okay. So thank you for all of the explanations and everything. My concern is, and while I understand this is operational and everything, and the letter was something that you were required to send to the DEP to let them know about this happening, I'm sure you can understand how alarmed some of us were, as well as the public, to learn that the plant was down for however long it was down. Trenton Waterworks is a hot topic. We know this, right? We're concerned about what the future of Trenton Waterworks is going to be. This situation, it's cold outside, right? So these things should already be looked into, and we should be working progressively and proactively on ensuring that we continue to provide good water to the people at all times, right? And that the reservoir is where it should be and all that. So thank you for everybody diving in the water and blowing with the blowers and all that kind of stuff like that. But are we ever going to get to a point where we actually have an operating system where people don't have to blow with blowers to make it work?
Well, that's part of the system.
That's part of the system.
So they have to, that is the system. They got to go down there and blow with the blower.
It's not, they're
going
going down there. There's a system that blows air
Air.
to 6 screens that are out.
Okay, all
And
right.
it blows the ice off of the river. But I just want to make it clear that the plant is shut down at various times, even for planned maintenance. So because the plant is down does not mean it's a need for emergency or there's a need for panic. Or that the water quality is bad. We plan these shutdowns. Like I said, we had divers in there in our intake system. Part of what we're doing to alleviate some of the conditions is to clean sediment out of the intake. So that's what the divers were doing. And that was scheduled shutdowns that we had. That particular those were 12 hours and the public wasn't aware. The public wasn't in panic. We fed off the reservoir and then we pumped when the shutdown was over. A 3-hour shutdown for fragile ice is not a call for a panic or emergency.
So I still think that like in a case like that, with the letter that was sent out, I do think that council should have been advised of that. That could be a BA thing, but I still think that council should have been made aware, again, only because, like I said, we're being tagged on social media about something that we know nothing about, even just as a courtesy to say, here's what we sent, here's what's going on, just so we're prepared so that we can answer questions and be adequately prepared. One thing before you comment, BA Richardson, when you all are shutting the plant down and like all of this stuff is happening, is there any change in the pressure of the water?
No.
None.
So everything would still function, so there would be no change? Because like, you know how sometimes our water pressure would go low or it fluctuates, like would that, it never would happen due to any of the filling of the reservoir, like nothing like that, has nothing to do with the pressure?
Typically, when you have low pressure, is if we have a main break or something like that,
Okay.
we have to reduce flow in certain areas while we fix it.
And also, I just want to add that there was not a letter sent to the DP. We're required to call the hotline number or notify them by email when we're shut down for any reason. And that was what was done. They then sent that letter to Director Simple after business hours, which most of us didn't even see Friday afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council Vice President.
Welcome. Councilwoman Figueroa Canberry.
Thank you. Did you want to
So,
say something before?
That was already addressed, the letter situation? I just wanted to know.
I just think,
Okay. Okay, great.
that we should know if something like that happens, if it's formal like that.
Yes, well, actually, when we received the letter, technically we received the letter yesterday morning, correct? So we were all day long going back and forth with DEP on how to address their request in the letter because there were some material errors in the letter. So we wanted to make sure that we would address those issues before we actually sent a letter saying we are shut down for fragile ice when we are not really. That was corrected within 3 hours on Friday, and we wanted to make sure that DEP understood any communication out. And because the other issues we're talking about reporting requirements, which are already ongoing, and items that we already have, like an emergency RFP, an emergency procurement that we are already procuring. And so we wanted to make sure that we clear those items before we put any information out. But we will keep the communication aspect in mind in moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, BA.
We do have, Director Simple.
Yeah.
Ma'am, thank you. Director Simple, we do have a couple more questions
Yeah.
from two more council
Yes.
members, or three, four, everybody.
Okay, so I mean, to Councilwoman Feliciano's point about the letter, I mean, Trenton Waterworks is public owned, it's a public entity. So I do feel like if a letter like that is going out, regardless of the validity, what we know about it, how many hours lapsed, we should be aware of it before it is essentially leaked. Because that's what happened, right? The public should be made aware in some aspect, and as council should be made aware.
So I don't know DP's motive. They put that letter on the website.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter motive. It's something that affects the city of Trenton and the residents. So we should be made aware. And even if it's something that's erroneous, you know, if it city should be aware of. Wait, let me elaborate a little bit. It falls into the realm of public safety overall, correct? So this happened on Friday. You're saying it was just 3 hours, you know, freezing happens, weather happens, right? But also in addition to that, on Saturday morning, I don't know whereabouts in the city or what parts of the city, but I know in the South Ward for 5.5 hours, we lost electricity. We had no power. So we had freezing temperatures. And so let's say there was something with the water that we were not aware of. And let's just say because the water couldn't be filtered properly or what have you, and we needed to boil water. Not all of us have gas, you know, stoves and ovens. So some have electric that they couldn't use it. It was freezing in my house. My house was like 50 some degrees for 5 hours on Saturday morning because PSE&G had an outage. Did not know of the water. But what if I didn't, you know, we're drinking water unfiltered or what have you, and we're just not aware that there could have been an issue. What we're saying is to make the public aware that something could be, you know, instead of the red alert that goes out when somebody leaks something and puts it on social media and everybody else is dumbfounded. I think safety first is what we're saying up here on council. You know, we need to be protecting the residents and the citizens of Trenton as best as possible, regardless of how erroneous you think the content is. We need to be made aware.
I understand, totally.
Next, Councilwoman Frisbee, then Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council Vice President. So I have just a handful of questions. The first one is, you said this is standard procedure. This is protocol for a letter to go out. Is that correct?
No, it's not.
It is not. So I want to just rewind this and ask, who initiated the letter?
The DEP.
So the DEP initiated the letter. Why?
Because of the brownout, the Fraser Ice situation we had, they went ahead and sent a letter with some requests that we had issues with. I know we're supposed to notify the public, but these ladies at the plant, they know to run the plant. There was no danger at any time at all.
That was my next question.
We had supplies of water, so that nobody wouldn't even, many times that plant is shut down.
So that was my next question. My next question is, was there a health issue, a health concern to the public?
There was never a health concern because nobody would even know that the plant had shut down. Yes, okay.
If you may recall the letter basically it's asking the city to ask the residents to consume less water. It wasn't anything about the quality of the water or about any boiling advisory, but just do not, it was a voluntary request for the residents to consume less water. Now, mind you, when we are doing maintenance, when we have the divers in, the plant ceased to operate for 12 hours. And DEP has never asked us to inform the public when the plant has not been pumping water into the reservoir for 12 hours. That's why I am saying that it was critical for us to address the material errors in that letter, right? The DCA is asking us to report regularly on the operations of the intake. that's exactly what we are doing. The technicians are communicating with DEP. I'm sorry, I said DCA because I talk to them 1,000 hours a day. DEP, the technicians are communicating with them. They are telling them that we have done this or done that. They require that we had divers on an emergency. The divers cannot solve the problem of the fossil ice. They can only, according to what I heard yesterday at the plant, they can only go down and point out to fossil ice, right? But DEP is asking us to keep them there. And the other aspect was they wanted two reporting requirements, which we already do. So the main thing was to issue that water savings advisory, which we will send out. But yesterday, we needed to go back and forth with them to see what was the validity of their claim. We could not just jump into what DEP is asking us to do because somebody mentioned intentions. We need to protect our infrastructure, and yes, that's all I'm going to say.
So I want to just say to that, because that was also part of what I wanted to bring up here. I'm grateful that you did not do a knee-jerk reaction. We have the experts, and I say let those who are licensed, those who have studied and done their job, they know their job, what to do. Let them do their job. And so I commend our Trenton Waterworks for doing your job and not just doing something because someone who doesn't have the license, the know-how, the knowledge, tell you exactly what it is to do. So I applaud you for that. I also wanted to say, I want to keep reiterating, I'm asking questions that I do have the answers to, that it was not a health concern.
Not at all.
One of the other things I did want to ask is, how many times has a letter gone out this year? Do we know?
From the DEP?
From the DEP with this kind of request?
I can't say off my head, but I do often get letters from the DEP.
Okay, so this is standard.
They are the regulators. They are the ones who oversee us, and they have different demands and requests. But it doesn't, just because the word fragile ice came up, it raised an alarm. And I don't know, I don't understand, because no one was in danger at any time.
Right, so the other part of this is, and I ask that because we have again, you've already said it, this is not the first time that our plant is shut down this year.
No,
so
not at all.
I don't want the public to be alarmed that just because the plant is being shut down, that does not mean that we are in danger.
Not at all.
This is something that we do, and we are prepared to handle on a regular basis. So you know how much water needs to go back and how much water needs to be taken from the reservoir. So we're not doing that. This is not our first rodeo.
No, it's not.
It's not the second or the third. This is what we do. And again, that's the part I respect the DEP for wanting to make sure that we're on point, but I also want to make sure that all the facts get out. And the fact of the matter is that it's standard procedure. We actually shut it down.
Yes.
You do what you have to do. You replenish it. I don't have all the technical terms because I'm not an expert on the waterworks, but you are. So you know what you're doing. And I ask that they allow, I'm just going to keep saying that they allow you to do your job. And if they don't feel that we have it, that they should provide us with the resources so that we can do our job. But I'm glad that we have the technicians that we do have on site. I want the public to know that you guys are not a Mickey Mouse type of plant operations here. You do know what you're doing, and you do have the public's health, because your health is also being taken into consideration here. And so you are mindful of what needs to be done, and you are going ahead and foreshadowing to make sure that we are prepared. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I just want to make sure that the truth comes out, that we're not giving it in part, and so that we're not doing, again, knee-jerk reactions, and we are sending out an alarm again to the public when there is no need for an alarm. This is standard procedure, and you guys have handled it in the past. It's not a first rodeo. It won't be our last rodeo. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President, Vice President, sorry. So used. So I have several questions, and I know you treaded this territory very well with my colleagues, but I want to just be a little more exact from my own understanding. So we didn't know anything about the letter to really like late last night. I know several of us were at the Hanukkah celebration and menorah lighting. So when this hit the public and was released online, when was it released to the public?
I'm not sure when. It's Monday afternoon, I think. Monday afternoon.
Any letter that the DP sends to us, they automatically.
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Any letter that the DP sends to us, they automatically put on their website.
So it's simultaneous.
Yes, so it's not released to the public. Anybody could look on that website to look up any letter they've ever sent to us.
Okay, so that is something we definitely should be getting. If it goes to the public, we should be getting it as soon as the administration or the TWW gets it. Because we have to know this, because all of our constituents, many of them are asking us what's going on. And we have to make sure we have credibility. We have to make sure we're telling people what's going on, whether it's, something we have to worry about or something we don't. We're fighting for the TWW, but we also need to make sure we provide information in a timely fashion, because there's a lot of rumors out there, a lot of rumor mongering, and any information we provide, we have a duty and a service to make sure we can forward that to our constituents. So my questions, I guess my first one is really this whole issue, and we've been going with this a lot since it first happened last year. This viewpoint of DEP that anything having to do with the frazzle and the screens, it's been operator error versus either a technical design flaw or they installed it at a depth that wasn't appropriate for where it is versus where they've done even in Morrisville. So can you just touch upon, is DEP still maintaining this position that this was an operator error issue, or is this something with the equipment? Because if we have divers going into the water to check on it, I'm not an expert, I'm not a water engineer certainly, but to me that sounds like it's an equipment issue, not an operator error issue.
Council Vice President, if I may jump in on that question.
Yes, please. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you.
Used to being the president.
What I can tell you, because a lot of this is going to be discussed in executive session, what I would like to share is there has been a claim that there is user error, which has been denied. And that is at issue in the litigation. What I can tell you that's also for public consumption is the fact that if you look at the city's website in the coming weeks, you will see a RFP for special counsel, seeking special counsel that is specific as to construction, design, defect, and or installation, with the purposes of bringing an action against an entity that's responsible for the installation of that. So that was an allegation. That's public consumption. There'll be RFP out for that litigation. That will be public consumption. And aside from that, unfortunately, as much as I'd like to say more, that will be discussed during executive session.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have a few more questions, but if these get knocked down, I totally understand. So as far as the engineers in charge of this installation project, can we find out? I might have a couple questions regarding that and the consultants that were hired for that. That's a no-go zone? Okay. Sure. As far as the engineers in charge of the installation project, were they personnel from DEP? Were they hired consultants, or were they TWW engineers who oversaw the installation project?
I unfortunately need to discuss that more in depth during executive session, but what I can say, again, that's public consumption. That was a contract that was approved by council that will be at issue in the litigation, but the details of which we need to discuss in executive session.
Okay, thank you, sir. Regarding the dam that was built near the intake area, so my understanding is that that dam was built for the installation to help relieve debris going in during the construction, et cetera. Then it was supposed to be removed. And I know and I'm just asking to make sure I understand, because I know like even when you walk across the bridge, you can see that there was something created there. So was that dam ever supposed to be removed? And is that a source of some of this debris going in?
So as part of the RFP that we just put out, a bathymetric survey is part of the package that engineers have to prove if the river was returned in kind. So that will come out in that.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you very much for answering my questions. Thank you, Council Vice President.
Thank you. Does anyone else have questions? All right, lastly, sorry, we're going to try to start this meeting, but the public has a lot of concerns, naturally so. And I want to elaborate that, this may not seem like something that's like major internally for you guys who are working and operating Trenton Waterworks on a daily basis. But for us on the outside in, we kind of suffer a little bit from PTSD on, the shutdowns and having to divert to American Water to pump our water and things that, the Fragile Ice shut down the treatment facility, treatment facility, I'm saying it correctly, for several days. So there is concern that is very valid by the public. So when we're wondering where this concern is coming from, is because of what happened in the past, not more than a year ago. So just last winter, it was shut down. So I just want you to just take that into consideration as you are dealing with the public and you're speaking with them, to just have a little bit of empathy that, we don't know what's going on. We're not scientists and engineers. So when we hear shutdown, it's like, oh my God, is there something in the water? Is something going on? And it's very concerning, being that we only have 3 days of water reserved in our reservoir. So if there's a shutdown that could go past 12 hours, that's red flags for everyone. So it's really not as simple as it may seem. But for you guys, this is your life. So it's simple for you, but it's not simple for us. So I do want to ask, has the RFP for the comprehensive assessment gone out for Trenton Waterworks? And has the RFP that was mentioned in the letter from DEP regarding the long-term design and operation improvements for the intake system, was that RFP released? Both of them were put out, or just one?
The conference.
The RFP for the assessment, DEP is supposed to pay for it, and they are supposed to prepare the specifications. So we don't even have the specifications for that with DEP. Regarding the engineering part for the assessment of the intake, that RFP is out. It's already being advertised. Actually, it was advertised once, and I think that DEP, it's actually on the docket today for rejection, because DEP wanted to add they recommended some revision in the specifications. And so it is already being advertised, but it was before and it's being rejected today. It's on today's docket.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. And I'm glad to know that a new RFP has gone out already for the intake design and operation. Awesome. But for the assessment, the last time we talked about it, you guys were waiting for Waterworks Department. Now you're waiting for DEP for specifications, or do I have that mixed up? Was it always you were waiting for DEP specifications in order to release that?
We have been waiting for DEP specifications, and I just don't want to confuse that with the operations, maintenance and operations RFP that is also out there, that it's for hiring middle and upper management and professionals for the utility. That it's already out. That has been out twice. I'm not sure if we got any responses this time. Yes, we already got 2 responses for that, but that is a third RFP to hire the necessary middle management and other professionals, licensed professionals that we need at the plant.
Okay. And last question. There was a concerned resident that had reached out to the department this morning in regards to the fragile ice causing the shutdown. And Mr. Michael Walker had responded And he had explained that there was a directive from the governor, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to pull up the email as we speak, but that it was separate from what had happened Friday. But there was something from the state about
There's a drought
an
management.
advisory, a water advisory.
They put a drought advisory out on December 5th, which is one of the reasons behind us putting out the water conservation notice to customers that will be coming out is due to that order from the governor.
Okay, so the governor issued the drought advisory on December 5th. So the one from the city is going out this week. Did I hear that?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
he said.
Okay. Why the delay on that? If the state put theirs out on the 5th, how come the city isn't putting theirs out until tomorrow?
Just because the state puts out a drought management for the whole state doesn't necessarily mean that we put one out. They're mandating that we put out a water conservation plan, but they're not mandating all water utilities in the state to do this. So this.
Okay. I asked that because in the letter from the DEP, that was like one of the things that they had requested you guys do. So I just wanted to ask that for a clarification. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And that was that's all of my questions. Thank you so much for elaborating on everything. And have a good evening. So, council, so we do have an executive session scheduled at the end of the meeting, but the attorneys are here now and they get paid by the hour. So of course, so for the sake of fiscal responsibility, can we motion to move the executive session up? Is that okay with everyone?
Is that a motion to adjust the agenda to move the executive session?
I just wanted to deliberate with my colleagues, so they were fine. Okay, all right. So, all right, Mr. Garcia, let's move on with the agenda.
All right, Madam Vice President, in that case, let's move to public comment for agenda items only. Could I have the clipboard for public comment for agenda items only? And to the public comment for agenda items only will be 5 minutes for each individual. You may address any item on I need the other one, Prince. I need the other one. I'll put this one back there. Let's put this one back there. Thank you. Yeah, this one says for docket items only. Okay. Again, 5 minutes for each individual. The council is not obligated to respond. Please state your name and address for the record. The first individual for public comment, this is to address docket items and agenda items only, is Frank Cusack.
Good evening, Council. My name is Frank Cusack. I'm here as a representative of the Coalition for Healthy Water. We are a grassroots organization trying to look into the Trenton Waterworks. We represent Hamilton, Ewing, Lawrence, Trenton, and Hopewell. I'm addressing resolutions 25468 through 25471. Tonight, I'm speaking to the council, the mayor's office, as well as the director of Trenton Waterworks. Let's take a trip down memory lane. January 8th, 2025. The Frazzle Ice incident. April 2nd, 2025. The first letter from Sean Latourette at the DEP suggesting, and I quote from that letter, that investigating the uprating of the raw water intake blow-off compressors and pressure surge tank to allow for a longer, more powerful air burst. Going down to the end, Trenton Waterworks should provide a date by which Trenton Waterworks anticipates providing a draft of the long-term action plan RFP that addresses the items identified above for review by the Bureau by April 10th, 2025. June 2025, the commissioner of the DEP visits the Route 29 water plant. August 18th, 2025, commissioner reports findings to city council. In September, another letter was sent. October 2nd, 2025, the RFP 2025-26 closed with one bid. That is the RFP that is on the resolution tonight. October 21st, 2025, second or third letter from DEP issuing concerns over water intake and other operational failures, with a revised RFP to be used. December 13th, 2025. Actually, it was December 12th. The plant operation halted for what we now know to be 3 hours for, let's say it, frazzle ice. Now, it's not lost on me that frazzle ice is an act of nature. It is something that is uncontrollable. However, when I did a calculation of January 8th, 2025 to December 13th, 2025, 339 days went by with no action from Trenton Waterworks. That's 48 weeks and 3 days, or 92.88% of 2025. Now, I'm not sure if the 3-day calculation is off of the old US FDA recommended amount of gallons per person, which was 1 gallon, but earlier this year they revised that to a recommended 2 gallons of water per person per day that you should have on reserve in your household. So I'm not sure if the reservoir works off of a different calculation, but I would be interested to know what the calculation from Trenton Waterworks is on what that 3-day total is. I have some questions, as well as a lot of the members of my community on Facebook have. Whatever happened to the revised RFP that the DEP suggested? Why has the only meaningful action to secure our intake valve been the removal of 393 cubic yards of debris? Now, cubic yards may be hard to visualize what that looks like. That's 393 washing machines that were removed. The questions that my community have put out is, when will the administration and this council continue to blame DCA? Where's the transparency Michael Walker loves to brag about? Is the administration and the council holding out for the inevitable
Carl McCall.
Let's see, move it down a little bit, a little shorter than the rest of these people. I want to first thank the City Council for giving me the opportunity to come before the council and express my concerns and possible concept to address the existing fire hazards that exist at older row homes.
Excuse me, sir. Do you mind stating your name and address for the record?
Oh, Carl McCall, 519 New Willow Street, Trenton, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Several weeks ago, I was driving down Olden Avenue between Princeton Avenue and Brunswick Avenue, and I passed the houses that were destroyed by the fire and the young man that's life was lost. My condolences to the family. But But this time when I drove down Olsen Avenue, something different happened to me as I was driving. Something came to my attention and said, Carl, you know what to do. Why don't you make some suggestions of what to do so that this problem will not happen again? And I thought about it and I said, well, that's right. Most people know exactly what to do to eliminate this problem, but nobody's doing anything. So what I did was I called my councilwoman, Ms. Jennifer Williams, and explained to her what the problem was and my concepts and recommendations of what should be done. And she invited me to come to this council meeting, and that's why I'm here today, to explain to the city council some recommendations and concepts of what needs to be done to protect the public so that this situation doesn't happen again. So let me just make some suggestions. Number one, the owner of these types of properties shall be responsible for making the required improvements to address the fire hazards. The owner shall be required to construct the fire-resistant improvements to their properties before the house can be sold and receive a certificate of occupancy. The City of Trenton Housing Code to transfer properties from the seller to the buyer will require that fire-resistant walls be constructed before the new owner obtains a certificate of occupancy. Now, similar requirements have been implemented in the City Housing Code years ago. I say around 1976, if I can remember. Several requirements were implemented years ago when the city code required that knob and tube electrical systems be replaced with new wiring systems because knob and tube were fire hazards. So the city code changed, and in order to get a certificate of occupancy, you had to take the old wiring out, put new wiring in the house, the entire house. That was an expensive job to do, but it was a requirement. And in order to get the CO, it had to be done. So the people did that before they got the CO to take occupancy of the house. Also, the city code required the removal of lead water pipes and new copper pipes to be installed before the property could receive a certificate of occupancy. Again, this is similar type of construction costs. Very expensive, but it had to be done. So the owners had to do it. Either the buyer had to do it before they got a certificate of occupancy, but it was done. Okay. It is time that we address the problem of fire spreading from one row house to the other because there's no firewalls or no fire-resistant materials between the houses. And I spoke with a couple of people about the situation too. And they told me when there's a complete rehab of a row house, they have to construct these new fire-resistant wall. That's when it's complete rehabilitation, taking the old walls down. So there has been some change in the code. I suggest that a proposed committee be formed to develop concepts to address this concern. The committee shall consist of representatives from City Council, including Housing Code Department, Fire Department, Legal Department, contractors, and concerned citizens. And that's my presentation. I would like to have some feedback from the committee.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is just the constituents leaving a comment on the record. You can leave your information with Mr. Garcia, and we will get back to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Caroline Clark. Is there any?
Good evening, Council, Trentonians. So I came to talk about Ordinance 471, 468, and I think it's 476. And then we asked Mr. Semple to come up and he talked about the letter situation. So I'm going to skip to the letter thing before I do the other things. So DEP put the letter out regarding this Frazzle Ice business. And DEP has come here and told us to sell our water. So they told you to sell, they put a letter out. Now our employee testified that we've had the plant shut down, not for Frazzle Ice, but for other reasons, but a shutdown is a shutdown, okay? And when it wasn't for a reason that served DEP's purpose, we didn't get any letters. So if the issue is about alerting us to shutdowns, we should be getting a letter every single time. So motives do matter, and DEP has a motive that is not about our health and safety. We've already established from the employee, no one's health was at risk. We already established that Trenton Waters is safe. So why is DEP continuing on this relentless pursuit to defame Trenton Waterworks? When is this council going to pass a resolution that unequivocally tells Commissioner LaTourette to cease and desist with the defamation of our water utility and our employees? This is getting to the point now where you guys are micromanaging and Monday morning quarterbacking the employees because of DEP. We've always trusted them to do the job. They've been doing the job. Nothing changed except we're at the end of the administration and it's time for them to make good on their promise to sell the water, which started in 2018 before they had any of this evidence. Okay, so this council needs to stop pussyfooting around. You need to pass a resolution. You need to tell Commissioner LaTourette to cease and desist defaming Trenton Waterworks. We've had enough, okay? Our staff, I'm sure, has had enough. The self-serving, the propaganda, it's not just rumors, it's a freaking sabotage, okay? So I'd like for this council to seriously think about passing a resolution. I think Newark did one where they unequivocally said the water is not for sale. We are here to fix and improve the water. It is not for sale. Thank you.
Robin Vaughn.
Robin Vaughn, 1100 Stuyvesant Avenue, and I want to speak on resolutions 463, 466, 468, 471, and 476. They all involve DEP. So DEP just hijacked your whole docket here. And I want to know how much it's going to cost for 463, for us to enter an MOU with them. It seems like they're trying to, it's a heist here, a money grab for certain party loyalists over there at the DEP, right? Who are part of the Democratic machinery and apparatus, which is LaTourette. You know, when I was on the council, and who was the commissioner? It was Ms. McCabe. And for you sit up here, council vice president, to reprimand your employees who are the professionals, talking about how they should be communicating to the public and the public don't know what's going on. I have confidence in them. But you don't say anything about the fact that you don't know what's going on because you're the You should get the letter before the employees. I had to come up here and tell you that the DEP had an RFP out on you. You didn't even know that. So you should hold yourself accountable to do your job. And you haven't been doing your job. Because I don't think you know your job, because that's what Mr. LaTourette told you, that you don't know your job. And he wasn't here to tell you how to do it, and nor am I. And I know you don't have the capacity to tell these professionals over here to do their job, because you are not a professional in any capacity. So I will go on about the executive session. So open your mail. And you tell LaTourette to send you those letters first and foremost, and you inform us, because you're the elected official. Okay? So you got to get the letters first. If you're not getting them, that's very problematic. Right, Mr. Council Harrison? We were there. We were at the commissioner's office. So nothing got past us. So I will say this, the executive session, I don't understand what's going on with that lawsuit, Mr. Bridges, but you guys better be passing some motions to dismiss that crap with those townships. They have no business intervening in anything, because the city of Trenton will be intervening. And I told you all that, okay? Pass some motions to dismiss that lawsuit. They have no grounds. They have nothing to say about our water utility. Hopewell just sold their water utility, but they're dumbasses, to Aquawater. So all I have to say is, mind your own municipality's business, and I expect you, Mr. Bridges, and our law department to use the full force of all those lawyers that you have retained to represent us. And if you're not doing it, we can represent ourselves. And I tell you one thing, if those motions aren't filed with Judge Bartles to dismiss this case, then guess what? Trentonians, we will be in that courtroom, and our attorneys will be filing the motions our damn self.
Members of the public, please be advised that this is a council chambers and we need proper decorum here, so please refrain from using profanity or any other derogatory language. As we respect you, please respect us. Thank you. Mr. Garcia?
Certainly, Madam Vice President, at this time, that's the end. Those are all the members I have for public comment for docket items. And if it's your wish, you can ask for a motion to approve the minutes of September 16th, October 21st, and November 6th, 2025.
Mr. Garcia, can you repeat that as we're...
I'm sorry, if you want, Madam Vice President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve the minutes this evening for September 16th, October 21st, and November 6th, 2025.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Vice President Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Motion carried. And Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve communications and petitions.
May I have a motion to approve communications and petitions?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, you got it.
Roll call, Vice President Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Motion carried. And Madam President, Madam Vice President, that brings us to ordinances for second reading and public hearing. Ordinance 25-148, an ordinance creating the position of Economic Development Representative 4 for the Department of Housing and Economic Development, Division of Economic Development. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this ordinance at this time? Seeing none, Madam Vice President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve.
May I have a motion to approve 25-148?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Motion carried. On to resolutions, Madam Vice President. Are there any resolutions that you or the council wish to extract for questions or from potential consent agenda this evening?
Council Vice President,
Councilwoman Feliciano.
thank you. I have 457, 458, 459, 460, 472, 462, 463, 464, 465, 466, 469, 471, and I have 25, 472 that was in my packet, but wasn't on the first agenda that I got. So 472, if that's still applicable. Thank you.
You said that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Vice
Councilwoman,
President,
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
I don't know if I'm gonna have much else to ask after, but 472 and 474, please. Thank you.
Vice President?
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you. 463, 464, 466. And then I believe that's it.
463, 464, and 466.
Yep, Councilman Feliciano covered it pretty darn well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, let's get started. 25-456. This is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of the state fiscal year 2026 New Jersey State Aid Grant for $500,000 from the New Jersey Office of Homeland Security and Preparedness.
Thank you.
Steve Wilson, Police Director.
Hello. Good evening, Director Wilson.
Good evening.
Just a quick question, and the questions aren't long and drawn out, just questions.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, I see that we're gonna have the trailers, the camera, and the control center, that's what this is gonna be used to have, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, regarding all this, what does it look like as far as having the staff necessary to operate all of that? Are we gonna be good with all of that, or are we buying the stuff just to kind of put it to the side for the minute, or are we gonna use it to put it in effect?
We'll actually use this in a lot of our day-to-day operations for community outreach or any event that the city has, such as parades. It'll be readily deployed along with the manpower that it takes to make sure that our events are properly secure.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Consent. Thank you.
Okay. Did someone else have a question? No. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. 25-457.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. Just a quick question. What is this money going to be used for?
Oh, that's a good question. This is a basically a city readiness grant. It allows us to do preparedness for emergencies within the health area. It's kind of a long-standing grant that we receive from the health department at the state level. And what this resolution basically does is allowing us to insert a special revenue into the budget. This money was made available after the budget was approved. So
Right.
this is customary to.
No, I get that. I'm just curious as to what are we ready for? What are we?
That it's readiness for emergency. It's preparedness for emergency purposes. For example,
Like what kind of emergencies?
for a health emergency, for example, a COVID virus or hepatitis or any kind of emergency in the health area.
Okay, so could this be used like if somebody, because I know under Health and Human Services, we have where people need temporary housing or something like that? Okay, so that's what I'm asking.
Just health related.
Period.
Health.
Okay,
Yes.
so if we needed to get like masks or something like that, or
Yes, and or training for the staff for preparedness and that sort of things.
okay, thank you. Consent.
Sure.
Anyone else have any questions on 457? All right, 25-458.
Thank you. Hello again.
Hello.
Just a quick question on this one. Before, when we had the issue with the SNAP benefits and everything, and I questioned the administration about the possibility of transferring funds to be able to help feed the people or help give some kind of relief to the people that were going through. I was told that, well, from what I had proposed as a solution in taking certain overages and salaries that we weren't going to use, that just was not possible, this, that, and the third. But now I see that we're looking to do this transfer. So it's not that we didn't have funds available, obviously, because we're now asking for this transfer of funds. But I just like an explanation as to why nothing was done per my request.
Absolutely. Actually, transfers can only be used to fix or resolve deficits within the budget, right? We are not able to create new programs or to create new intentions, new, how can I put it, purposes, right? But they basically go from one account, from one department that might have surplus, or from one line item to another line item within the budget, right?
So-
but we cannot create new activities or new purposes to use those accounts.
Right. Okay. But to get a little bit further with it, when it comes to what we're allowed to do as far as DCA and the guidelines, are we allowed to use funds to be able to purchase food and things like that?
No, we are not. We are not, unless it is a statutory requirement. We are not allowed to use taxpayers' money for individual services. It will have to be services of a statutory nature. We are not allowed to pay for food and that sort of things.
Okay. Thank you. So then I guess the question then that I would have had back to that, and it would be mainly, I guess, towards the mayor who initially wrote back, would be why couldn't I have just received that explanation when I asked the question, instead of just being basically, I guess, ignored when I was asking about something for the betterment of the people. Thank you. Consent.
Point taken.
I do have a question.
Sure.
Does anyone else have a question in regards to this? Thank you, Councilwoman Feliciano, for your questions. Your last question had brought up something I wanted to ask later on. I recently saw an article from a newspaper about food and entertainment not being allowed to be purchased or paid for by the administration in any type of way. Can you elaborate on that? It was explained to me that in the MOU, it prohibits it, but the way that it was interpreted was that it was for employees, for food to not be purchased for employees, but not the entertainment things that we're doing, the take it to the streets, block parties, the Halloween things, the Christmas things. Can you elaborate on some of that?
Actually, the MOU mentions, it has certain language regarding miscellaneous, and I'm sorry, I don't have the MOU in front of me. I tend not to interpret things liberally. because we need to be in compliance with certain DEP, now it's DEP, DCA requirements. I try to be as specific as I can interpreting what the MOU says. So from my perspective, what the MOU says, and people that have been working here for a long time, we have refrained from paying for food for certain things. My interpretation of the MOU is that we pay for food for programmatic purposes. For example, we have the senior programs, correct? They are in the centers from 8 o'clock in the morning until 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If we need to provide for meals for the seniors when they are in the centers, I never had any issues with DCA approving those things, or not even approving it. That is my consideration of the MOU, right? Same thing with the recreation centers. If the kids are there because it's a summer program and they are there from 8 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, we are providing meals. DCA sent me a memo probably 2 or 3 weeks ago saying that they will not pay for food, period. My argument is that that's what we always have been doing, and I think that they will be open to considering those instances, but they will not be open, and I'm not trying to speak for DCA, but they will not be open for us to be paying for food for every single event that the city organizes. And they basically said that it's, as a transitional aid municipality, we should refrain for those things. The mayor asked for clarification to the director of local government services. They are asking for more information about our expenditures when it comes to food and entertainment.
Thank you.
So, but we always paid for concerts and we pay for all those things.
So with it sounds like DCA is either reinterpreting or interpreting the MOU in a way that it should have been before, but how does that affect the community events that Recreation Department has been doing moving forward? Like with Halloween, with Christmas, will the city still be able to do these things under the current MOU?
I think we will be able to do those things. Is probably we will have to make sure that we use the money in the way that is most impactful for the community, right? And so we are going to get a lot of oversight when it comes to that because they already started to do that. So we started conversations with DCA and we are just waiting for the director to basically be very specific about what it means, because all of us have a different interpretation of how the food should be interpreted.
Okay. And can you elaborate, because like I said, the article, I was just wanting to dispel if there are any rumors or misinformedness out there that could be providing the public with misinformed information or misinformation or incorrect information, even if it is correct. If you can confirm or deny the cost of Halloween. Now, before I even ask my specific question, I am not against the city doing these holiday events. I am for them because it's a structured activity and the quality of life being provided to our residents. But I'm asking questions for a matter of just following the guidelines with the MOU, proper procurement laws. If this exceeded a certain amount, then should council have approved it? Is it something that was already approved, already included in the budget? Can you talk to some of these things?
I am going to allow Director Harris to respond, and then if you would like me to elaborate, I will be happy to do that. If you.
Good evening, Paul Harris, Parks and Recreation. Hi. Yeah, so the article is incorrect in the amount. But we did spend, I think, 128. The vast majority of those expenses are under $3,000. The one expense that exceeds, so there's two areas. One vendor we have a resolution with that you approved previously, so we have an ongoing relationship where we can get those items. Another vendor is for the actual Ferris wheel, the roundabout, the big giant slide. You know, we had large equipment there. That vendor, we ended up getting multiple quotes. We added a few things on the end. I think in total it was slightly over the threshold, but that's the only vendor. But if you run down the list, literally everybody was under $5,000 each category. The biggest expense for Halloween was the big equipment that we had brought in on big machines and stuff. The lights were expensive, but the lights are on a state contract. Listen, we learned our lesson. Okay, we learned our lesson. We're getting better, doing things the correct way. And we're going to get even better about not adding things on at the last minute. And I own that 100%. We have an event. We had 5,000 people there. If you do the math, listen, my position is, and my mission from my department is quality of life. And there's just so much despair and depression here. I think that we need to do better. And as long as you've hired me to do this, and we're going to continue to do it to make sure people have an outlet. An outlet. That's it. We just had a successful jazz event past weekend at Ellerslie. There's something for everybody. That's my mission. And there is a cost to that. But we have to ask ourselves, listen, what is it that we want for Trenton? All age groups. An example that I need to work on, I need to find more programming for young girls. We need to do better with that. This is always a basketball, so we're always improving. But I need you guys, ladies and gentlemen, to understand that there is a cost to doing business. And don't ever get scared about providing that service. This isn't Princeton, this isn't Hamilton, this isn't Lawrence, where people can get up and just do what they want and go. It's different here. We need to meet people where they're at, which is why next year our plan was to expand our block parties. Our block parties, hot dogs, hamburgers, giveaways, it's the community coming out and interacting with each other. You're gonna beat me up over hot dogs and hamburgers for kids? Imagine a community where there's no structured programming in 2026. Maybe this is not the right thing to say because I'm sure people are listening, but it needs to be said. There's a base of people here who need help, and that's what we do. And it's not handouts. It's not handing out. You've paid the taxes. I'm giving it back to you. That's my position. And yes, we're getting better.
So thank you, first and foremost. As a mother of 3 girls, we love the Halloween experiences. We love the Christmas experiences, and we go every year. And so do hundreds of more people in the city. And quite frankly, if the city was not providing these types of attractions and events, they would not be happening at all because no one else is coming in our town, let's be honest, and doing this for us. A lot of the things that we had that were by private people, the carnival on Cash Street and other things, were ruined by violence. But the inconsistencies in between, the times in between of these events, you start to see the uptick in violence the longer it goes without having these types of structured activities and events. So being an advocate for gun violence reduction, I understand directly the correlation between these activities and violence, period. Not even just gun violence, but other types of things. So they are definitely essential to our quality of life here, our mental health here, but we definitely want to make sure we're following proper procurement laws. So I definitely am raising a red flag on, the vendor that exceeded the 44,000 threshold.
53, it's 53 now.
It's 53, so 53, so it exceeded 53,000. And that was due to change orders?
No, that's due to me. They exceeded it. They ended up going to 60,000. So it's not a big difference. It's still, what it is. But we added rides last minute. That's my staff brought me, this is actually with every single event. My staff bring me a plan and I tend to get carried away. And I said, wait a minute, it's not enough. Because when you just remember, for example, we added the balloon man because the stories that you guys used to talk about, the balloon man at Cadwallader Park. So I said, it's worth having a balloon man. So that was an additional $1,000 on it. I own that 100%. 100%. I own that because I made that decision.
Okay. Thank you so much for your candor and
Council Vice President?
Feliciano.
Thank you. And thank you for those questions. So just so that we're very clear, and thank you for your transparency and your honesty, right? And what it is, and you're right. We want to provide good things for the people in the city of Trenton. Right. We are paying taxes, some of us, to help make that happen. But for everything that you've done or everything that you've put through, you just solely do it without any oversight? Does anybody sign off on anything that you do? You just put through whatever you want to do?
No, there's a large system here. You can't just put things through. People know.
Okay, so every expenditure that you have approved has been approved for you to do it?
Yes.
Okay.
The overages are add-ons, but the general PO, yes. Right. Every purchase order is approved by the purchasing agent, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so I state that to say, right, so that for those that are thinking and writing and wondering and everything else, it's not like you're just going rogue and saying, I'ma just do, and there is no oversight internally. So then people are seeing what you're putting through and people are signing off and approving on what it is that you're looking to be done. Right. I'm not overlooking or saying turn a blind eye to things that may have not been done right when it comes to purchasing law and things like that. I'm not saying that, right, in the overages, but what I am saying is that you are responsible to someone else for the things that you are signing off on and that you undertake as the director of recreation.
Right.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Frisbee and then Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So again, I echo Councilwoman Feliciano's sentiment with wanted to say thank you to Director Harris for his transparency. And I'm hopeful that DCA will see the value of our Trenton residents and see that we're deserving of, at the very least, hot dogs, hamburgers, water, entertainment when we gather. For all that we give up, especially if I go back and look at our waterfront and everything else, all the property that they are on in this city without paying taxes on it, I would hope that they would see that is the very least, and that we are paying. I know I'm a taxpayer. My bill, my bank account reflects it every single month, how much I pay in taxes. But when I heard about that, my first instinct was to call the governor. I promise you, and I did. All transparency. He gave me his personal number, and I called him. And I really am disturbed that we have to actually have a discussion about feeding our community. With all that's going on right now, that should be at the very bottom of the list of things that we have to have a discussion about. And I'm waiting to hear the reaction as well before I make the next phone call. But it is not, we should not have to beg for crumbs. And that's what I consider hamburgers and hot dogs. It is the very least that we can do. And to give our children and our adults, our community in general, entertainment. It's not like we do it constantly. It is a moment in time that we do it throughout the year. And the joy, the camaraderie that it brings with us gathering and coming together, giving us a place together. And I want to remind folks, I think one incident, a minor incident may have happened, and that's it. Other than that, it went off without any incident whatsoever. So again, I hope that DCA maybe they need to come out to the event and just see, and then maybe they should reimagine what it would look like without the entertainment, without the food, and just see that we're so much more than that. And I just thank you for what you've done. I understand that everybody's getting their footing. Every single last one of us are going to make mistakes. I know I have, and I will continue. But it is all part of the learning journey. And so I thank you for what you've done. I thank you for your heart and your compassion for how you want to do more and more for our city and know that you see the value in the Trentonians. Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
Thank you. Director Harris, this doesn't need to need to be a praise fest. We all know what you do. You do excellent work. You're truly ambitious, and you really put together amazing things for the city. I just needed to clear something up. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Feliciano asked a question about oversight and approvals, and I'm sorry not to put you in a hot seat, B.A. Richardson, but I saw you shaking your head, basically stating that there has not been approvals or oversight, and I would like clarity for that for the council and transparency.
Thank you for calling me out. I was basically shaking my head because I don't want to, and I actually approached Paul a minute ago and I said, you need to fix that because I don't want to give the impression that Isabel, the purchasing agent, approves things that she's not supposed to be approving, and I will explain. We have for goods and items, we have a $53,000 threshold, correct? So at any given time, any of us could put a requisition in the system for an amount under the bid threshold, correct? Let's say $50,000. And that would be what Isabel would approve. The $50,000, provided that we include 3 quotes. The director might, like Paul mentioned, might decide to include a few extra items here and there in a separate requisition, or once that requisition has been prepared or the purchase order has been prepared, you get an invoice for over the threshold. Purchasing would not have an idea that happened. And so that's why I shook my head, because I wanted for him to explain that part.
Council Vice President.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So then here's the question. So you're saying he could put in for a vendor, ABC Scooter, at $49,000. It's approved, and that's fine. He could then put in another one for ABC Scooter at $5,000. And there's no way in any system that anything is flagged to be able to say this vendor has exceeded whatever, like we don't have anything like that in place to like catch it?
We really don't. And I'm glad that you mentioned that, because we had probably 5-6 meetings within the last couple of weeks trying to have our system customized to actually stop any requisition that goes above the threshold, unless there is a resolution number attached to it. This coming Thursday at 9 o'clock, we are actually meeting with Mr. Edmonds, who is the person who created the system that we use, basically to talk about those issues, because we have met with finance, we have met with the department directors, we have met with the purchasing agent, trying to create a system that it's a little bit more protective of all of us, but particularly the taxpayers.
So I think that maybe in the meantime, a means could be, and I'm not sure how you do things, that there's a spreadsheet that's used that would show the vendor name, the PO number, the dollar amount, right? And then that way, as you're moving through, you could actually add that to the spreadsheet. So if something was already sent to the purchasing, the QPA for the one, if they're putting it into the spreadsheet, it'll flag. And then they set a conditional formatting mechanism in place that it could actually highlight if it hits over the $53,000 threshold, then the director would be able to catch it and then know on their end. But either way, we need to be more mindful of these things. So then that way, things like this don't happen. But there's means and ways through Excel and everything else. We have an IT company that we pay all this money, put them to work. So
absolutely, we are actually looking into using standard commodity codes, so that we know that if we are ordering mangoes, we only have one commodity code for mangoes, and that the system will actually keep a tally of how many times, not how many times, how much money have we incurred using those commodity codes.
Right.
But at this point, the system doesn't allow for that. And yes, we can print reports and for the commodity codes, but that really, it doesn't preclude anybody for adding requisitions in the system. So we are trying to create a system that is a little bit more, that will protect us and not going over the threshold.
Okay.
It's really easy to go over the threshold, I must admit.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Vice President.
You're welcome. Anyone?
Actually, Councilman Harrison, I think had something before I speak.
Councilman Harrison?
Yes, Director Harris. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for all your hard work. Yeah, whether it's the senior centers, whether it's for kids, whether it's any event, man, you work hard and you're a true asset to the city. Hopefully in the near future, you'll become the director permanently, because I'll be honest with you, I appreciate the hard work you do because you love the city. And I see it every day, and I interact with you many times, and I could see that you're all about lifting this city up. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
CVP?
Councilwoman Williams?
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to add, there's a lot of criticism. I believe it's unfair. This isn't bread and circuses. To me, this is miles of smiles. When I see children come to these events, parents, grandparents come, and they're having a great time. If it's one big night, like Halloween night, or if it's something smaller, they take it to the streets. What happens is very, very important, and memories are being built, connections are being made, reconnections are being made, and sometimes lifelong memories, are being created. And I believe that's what you endeavor to do. I applaud the work that you do and your team does. I know it's very, very grinding. It's very difficult. It's not a 9-to-5 type of deal. And I just hope that we can keep this going, because it's just as important. You can't quantify quality of life in many ways. You can't quantify happiness or things that maybe keep people from falling into depression. We have enough to deal with in the city, and just from my observation, yes, I believe you welcome oversight. I think you would never be a type of manager or director that wouldn't want that, because you'd want to make sure that you are doing things properly. So you have money for a rainy day. You have a budget to do the things you want to do. But also, I think there's a quality and a standard level that you achieve. I know you've talked about this in the past, and that's very admirable. And I really do hope that DCA and government entities and the powers that be see that, because we need events like what occurs with the holidays and a Christmas parade, which I don't know, I've reposted this on Facebook, but Congressman Debbie Dingell in Trenton, Michigan, who puts on their own Christmas parade in Trenton, Michigan, posted very similar words to what we did here about the wonderful night we had on a Friday night. And these things are so important to our town. A safe event, as has been said, something that uplifts people's spirits. So please don't let the criticizers get you down. I know you won't, but also for your team, they do great work. We love what they do, and we want to keep that ball moving forward. So just thank you and stick with it. Thank you, CVP.
You're welcome. Thank you. Moving on, 25-459.
Thank you.
Yes, consent, Mr. Garcia, for 25-458. Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you.
Something light on this one, because I actually found the answer I was looking for
in
Okay.
25,461. I was looking for the amount. Just something next time when we're doing something like this, if we could put the amount in the title.
Yes.
I'd appreciate that because I when I kept going ahead, I was like, oh, that's the one I was looking for.
Yep.
So consent.
Thank you.
The amount is $248.52.
I got it. I did the trace back. Thank you.
Can you repeat that amount one more time?
$248.52.
Okay.
It's actually in resolution 25,461 on the list. It's the second one, the Benjamin Fleck. So it's there, but it just wasn't in the title there. I just wanted us to know what the total was, what we were approving before we had approved it. Thank you.
I agree. I would actually like to make a motion to amend the title to include the $248.52 amount, and respectfully request again moving forward that when we have these, even though they're included in another resolution later on in the docket, it should also be included on this
Noted.
on the original. So can I have a motion to amend the?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Yes.
Vice President Edwards, sorry. Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Guttenberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison. Oops, excuse me. Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Consent.
Yep.
Consent as amended. Thank you.
25-460.
Thank you. So here we go again. I know that when we're dealing with these properties and the LLCs and everything, we were saying when we were gonna sell to the people, we wanted to see the formation paperwork. I just noticed this Trenton Opportunity 12 LLC does a whole lot. I mean, I ain't knocking it, but they do a whole lot. So I'm just wondering if it's possible at all, if when we have things like this, just if the council can see the formation paperwork when we're dealing with the LLCs, just so we could kind of get familiar and we can see a little bit into the business, and who it is and how long they've been around and just what's going on with them.
Noted.
Consent.
Council Vice President.
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what my colleague, Councilwoman Feliciano, said, because that was agreed to by administration previously in economic development. So in my mind, that's required going forward.
Guess I'm sorry. I guess that it got lost in
translation.
We probably mentioned it when it comes to purchasing properties and that sort of things, but I'm sure that I didn't pass that information to our tax collector. So I will make sure that she receives that information.
Madam Vice President.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
I just want to echo my colleagues. I agree, and I as B.A. Richardson said, it was an oversight, but going forward, I do think it is important. We don't want to have folks coming in and collecting all of our properties. At least that's my concern. As I noticed, my colleagues getting a monopoly, and then we end up with slumlords. They buy it, sell it at a higher price, and then don't care. I'd like to see even more so more of our Trenton residents' names on here as opposed to LLCs on here. So that's the goal for me, to see more Trenton residents who are owners as well. So thank you.
Thanks.
And I would like to expound on that a bit too, because again, I find myself questioning how all of these are assigned to, with the exception of one on the list, to the same LLC, and how this comes to be. What is the process of this? Is it public? Are people, is some certain place on the website this is posted? Is this posted through the public broadcast system? Like, how is this information disseminate it to the public in case anyone locally is interested besides this same LLC?
I think that we sent a memorandum from Constance during the tax collector September 5, if just make sure, including that information. Give me 1 second, Council Vice President.
No problem. And while you're looking, I think that it would be best if Ms. Constance could join us in these events when these come up on the docket so that she can answer the questions firsthand too.
Absolutely, we'll make sure that we ask her to be on these meetings. Yes, there was a memo that was sent to all members of the council September 5th as a request coming from, I think you, at that time regarding another assignment. What I have here is only the date, but I don't have the memo attached. I would be willing to send you that memo and make sure that it was actually sent to all of you. Because I know that she sent it to me and I sent it to the to council, but I will make sure that you get it with the information.
I will double check, but I don't recall receiving a response about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will make sure that you will get it.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just want to go back to a discussion that we had earlier as well, and I believe I put in an email request. I'd like to see, be it taxes or liens, whenever the city is selling a property, I think it would be good for the public if they could go to the office, be it the tax office, be it the upstairs, wherever we're sending them when it comes to purchasing property, that it is actually a form that they can pick up so they understand the exact procedure. So this way, if someone, because we have had instances where they'll say, well, such and such is not in the office today, so you'll have to come back. That should not be. It should be so that if I come into the office and a new intern is there, they should be able to say, here's a paper, this is what you need to do. This is in what applies for me, that means applies to everyone, so that it's now standard procedure, but it gives details on exactly where to go, what you have to do, and what is the exact protocol. I think that would be very helpful because I have gone on the site, I'm trying to follow it at times, and it is confusing for me. So someone who else is coming behind me, I can't imagine what it is, but I know that we've gotten many concerns about folks going in and they're trying to get property, and it is not, it doesn't, they're saying that the same information is not consistent. So if we can get that put into writing, that would be extremely helpful. So we know that what applies to me applies to everybody else.
Yes, and you and I have that conversation. I think that after you mentioned that to me has been corrected, and they have been posting the information in the bulletin board in the department, but right now the system is paused, right? We are not accepting new applications, trying to deal with the backlog. I know that it creates anxiety when we have been, so many different purchases have been, sales rather, have been adopted by ordinance here, but we are not moving fast enough to close in those properties. So we are trying to close in at least 75% of those properties that were already sold before we retake that process. But yes, we need to make sure that all of us are on the same page and that we are providing the same information for everybody.
So that brings up another question with what you just said. I know we have a freeze on selling property. So does that mean that we are putting a freeze on us taking property and putting liens on it? Or are we still doing that as well.
Oh, we absolutely need to. Putting liens on property, selling taxes, delinquent taxes is mandatory. That is not something, it's a must. Any tax that is delinquent as of November 11th each year needs to be sold by statute. That is not something that we choose to do. That is the statute.
So how do we sell it if we're freezing right now? That's I guess that's what I'm not getting. If I know
what we are selling is vacant properties. What you were talking about, I assume, was about vacant properties. Those are properties that we already own.
No, I'm not talking about vacant properties. I'm saying if I have not paid my taxes, my property is now up for a tax sale. That part of it right there.
Oh, well, the information is the same for everybody. If you owe any taxes on November 11th, your taxes are going to be sold. Definitely, that is the information.
So it's sold, but the public, it's not on that's the part that I'm trying to get. The vacant lots, and maybe they're two different entities.
No, I mixed that up. That's my mistake. I'm sorry.
So the vacant properties, we've put that on hold.
That is what is on hold.
Right.
Yes, definitely.
But all the other stuff, that is business as usual.
Yes, absolutely. It's not something that we can choose to do or not to do. It's if you owe taxes and trust me, it happened to me because I thought that it was if you owed, 3 quarters, 4 quarters. No, you can owe 2 cents in November 11th, your taxes are going to be sold.
And that's what I wanted clarity on, is because that was the question I was getting. Are they talking about every sales in general, or are they just talking about one? So there are 2 separate things that we're talking about here.
Yes.
And that's what I wanted clarity on. Thank you.
Correct.
Council Vice President?
Councilwoman Feliciano.
I just have one quick question since we on the topic of access. So I was scrolling back through my phone because one day I had walked by and we talked about the bulletin boards and it caught my eye, so I took a picture of it. And it says Department of Housing and Economic Development, Division of Real Estate, walk-in policy. Walk-in visitors are welcome during the following hours, Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then 3 p.m. to 4:15 p.m. People don't take lunch till like noon. I mean, what are they doing in between all of this other time? If people can only get in between 8:30 and 10 and then 3 and 4:15, and then it says for a faster service and response, then just email us.
Actually, when you sent me that, and it's being corrected. Okay. And yes, it's a lot of other things that happen between that time, but the public really doesn't need to pay for that.
Right.
Right. So yeah, it's been rectified.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that they were at lunchtime at that time. They are taking care of other businesses. But when you make it to City Hall, to try to resolve something, you don't want to hear that somebody is doing something else and that they cannot see you. So that is a customer service problem.
Yeah, and because most people don't take their lunch until 11:30, 12 noon.
Yeah.
But then you're saying come between 8:30 and 10. Who's coming?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Council Vice President?
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. I just have one question. And something just kind of hit me when Councilwoman Feliciano said, there's a lot here for Trenton Opportunity 12 LLC. And I was looking at the same list too, and I'm just wondering the other day and then tonight, by my count, 40 out of 41 of these certificates are being sold to the same buyer.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be simplistic, but I will. Doesn't that raise a flag with anybody? Like in, the office, or like, hey, that's kind of interesting. They're buying almost every single one. And I mean, I know legally we can't discriminate per se and say you can't buy this. But when we have one particular LLC buying so many, like Camden Street, there's hardly any houses there, any properties. There's like maybe 5 or 6, and most of them are torn down or abandoned, but they're buying 2 of them.
Well, usually individuals who purchase assignments or taxes, they are investors, right? So I am going to be very simplistic and probably totally politically incorrect, but when the city keeps the liens, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. We have a tax sale on the 15th, right? I really don't know how many properties we had for how many tax sales we have. But for it would be easy for me if there were 1,000 certificates that we were selling, and we actually were able to sell 700. The remaining 300, now the city holds the lien. But remember, those properties are still in the tax roll, right? The city is not going to pay taxes to the city in those properties that we are holding those delinquent taxes. So if we don't sell those taxes, now we need to increase the tax rate to people who are paying taxes. So when we don't sell our delinquent taxes, we are penalizing the individuals who actually pay taxes, because we need to balance the budget somehow, right? So what do we need to do next year? If we don't sell those tax certificates and we don't sell those assignments, we need to increase the taxes, the property taxes, because we need to balance the budget. So as much as I do not want to sell anything, because I understand that that affects people. But when it comes to the finances of the city, we do not have a say on those matters. That's statutory.
Okay.
So if they have the ability to pay for those assignments, we need to sell it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, ma'am.
I just have one closing statement. It's not about balancing the budget. We understand that wholeheartedly. It's about the process in which it's happening and how these properties are consistently landing in the hands of just one investor. Every time we've seen these come across our dais for our approval, it's always one LLC listed on here, and commonly the Trenton Opportunity LLC in different variations of numbers.
Yes, they actually changed the number for each transaction with the city.
Yes, so, but it's the same owner. And I understand the creation of different LLCs to separate the assets, the liabilities and things like that, but the process is questionable. The process does not give transparent, it does not give inclusive of other people who may be looking for an opportunity to purchase these type of tax sale certificates. So that is what is in question here, not the fact that this has to happen by state statute. We understand that, but the process of being transparent and inclusive to others who may be looking for opportunities. And it seems like this one entity of different variations of LLCs, but these same people seem to be monopolizing on the tax sales. So that's the concern, the red flag that we have been raising.
Noted. I will send that memo that the tax collector sent before. And if that information is not included there, I will make sure that she revises the memo and that you get the information that you are asking for.
Thank you. Is this consent? Are we satisfied? Consent, Mr. Garcia?
Noted.
25-472. Councilwoman Feliciano and Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg next. Or, you want to go first? It's the cancellation.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg.
I had just one quick question with regard, just so I understood this. The cancellation of these grants, I mean, it's my interpretation, I could be wrong, that we apply for these grants, we have grant writers, we seek these grants out, we're talking over $1 million worth of grant monies that we were not able to use for things that we sought after. I have a problem understanding this. Why are we not able to utilize the funds that grant writing is not easy, that we are seeking these funds for to put towards different departments throughout the city or different entities, and then coming up short and just not being able to use it. And once they're canceled, does this money just go away? We just lost it altogether?
This is different than losing the money. This is basically that all the allowable expenditures are already completed, and now we need to close the grant. That occurs, for example, when for, I would say, the summer food service program, for example, we are only allowed to pay certain amount of money from that grant if we already meet the amount that we are supposed to pay from that grant. We need to return, not even return, because those are reimbursement grants. We basically said we need to take those numbers from our books, because otherwise we might get an audit finding for keeping them open. Those are reimbursements that we already received the reimbursement, the allowable reimbursement, and now we need to basically close the grants. In instances, for example, in some of the strengthening grant, if we are paying for a position, but we haven't been able to hire the professionals that are supposed to get paid, which is a common problem with that grant, because those pay for registered nurses and principal nurses. And if we are not able to hire somebody for that position, then we cannot request the reimbursement from the state.
So I would interpret a closure of a grant or funding, meaning that the monies were utilized and, that is secured and now we can move forward. It's a closed case, so to speak. But when we're talking cancellation, it almost has a different meaning. Like, to me, cancellation means we're canceling. It didn't happen. We weren't able to utilize. So, maybe it's something in the verbiage, and maybe that is common for these grants and for our budget, the way that you guys utilize it, but it's the verbiage of closing versus canceling. I think that raises a red flag when we're talking about these monies.
Because what we are doing is really canceling the balances, because we have already received the amount, the allowable reimbursements. Like, usually when we receive a grant, we don't necessarily receive the money, but just the promise that we will get reimbursed. Most of our grants are reimbursement grants. The city has to incur in the expenditures, and then we submit a reimbursement to the entity that it's granting the funding, right? When we have already received whatever is allowed under that grant, then we need to cancel the balances, because otherwise we will be giving inaccurate account of our budget. Remember that we add special revenues like we had today. If we don't cancel those things, they are going to show like it's money that we have in the books when it's not really true.
Just one more, just really quickly. So, just the $1 million plus canceled, we were not able to utilize it. It goes back to whomever was giving that money to the city of Trenton, or can it be recycled somehow?
No, it has to go back. It has to go back. And I need to say that there is one item there that it was because it was duplicate, and that is on the opioid settlements. The rest of them is because we were already reimbursed with the allowable amounts.
I'm sorry, I did see that in the memo. What was the amount for that duplication, the neighborhood preservation grant?
It is,
It's not in the memo.
yeah, it is 5,000 and some dollars. It's
I don't see anything in the amount of $5,000.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry. I said the opioid is the neighborhood preservation grant.
Mm-hmm.
it's 125.
125,000. That was duplicated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Feliciano? No question? Okay. Consent. 25, thank you, VA Richardson.
You're welcome.
25-462.
Thank you very much, Vice President. So my question regarding 462 is, glad, we're making sure that the money's there for this project, but it's kind of taking a long time. So I was wondering if we have a timeline on completion and what it's all looking like to.
For the library?
Yes.
I will defer to Dr. Mina Capelli to answer those questions if you don't mind.
Hi, Director. Thank you very much.
Hello, Dr. Diego Minacapelli, Department of Health. Yes, we try to move the projects as fast as we can, but sometimes we have some unforeseen circumstances, such as this one. The constructor has said that, once we have everything ready, 10 months should be enough to complete the project.
Okay, so when are they going to start? During winter?
This is concrete, so
we have to wait till March. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, but they are guaranteeing it'll be done by 2027, December maybe, 2026?
Yes, hopefully.
Okay, because it's important, and particularly given historic nature of the front of actually the whole building itself from 1911, 1912. Just want to make sure this is done correctly, but also, that it gets done at some point for the patrons.
Right.
So, all right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Consent, please.
Council Vice President.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. I just had a statement that I wanted to make, not actually a question. I'm glad to see that this is finally being done. From back when I served as the liaison to the library board, they had brought that to my attention, and we've been going back and forth about it with B.A. Richardson about getting this done. So I'm glad to see that it's finally coming to fruition. It'll be good to help out our constituents with this ramp and then the stair project. So
Sure.
Thank you. I'm glad.
No problem.
Thank you. Consent. Thank you, Dr. Nicapelli.
Thank you.
25-463. This is Councilwoman Feliciano and Councilwoman Williams.
Do you want to go first, Councilwoman?
Thank you. So, hello.
Hello again.
Hello again. So in reading through this, right, I was just curious. And I'm going to have the same question for the other.
Right.
I'm going to have the same questions for 25-466 as well for these two. One, how did we select the members of the steering committee?
It is, I'm sorry, Paul Harris, Parks and Recreation, in consultation with the consultant we have and other city officials, we just come up with a group. And a lot of these folks have been active already in previous BDA committees, Brownfield Development committees. So, yeah.
Because I don't. Okay. When it comes to can we have a schedule of the meeting dates and
Yes.
times for the committees for both of them?
Yes.
So we know. Thank you. And then a copy of the annual progress reports.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I? Okay. Yep.
That's all I had. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you. I just like to add, if those also aren't already on the city website, if they could be listed. And then my follow-up question would be, bless you. Just because people see this, they might think, uh-oh, did we not clean up everything? Did, EPA, DEP? So what is the actual condition of the remediation for both 463 and 466, please?
So just so we are all clear about how this works, a lot of our sites are former commercial sites in the city of Trenton, and we don't have the revenue, the funds to handle the remediation. So what we do is we apply through DEP, we apply through the EPA for all manner of grants to help with remediation. There's a process for that. The investigation is the first phase, right? You need to know what you're dealing with. You need to bring a professional firm in to handle that. Then upon that conclusion of that investigation, they're going to tell you their findings. Then you need to bring another firm in to then handle the remediation portion. Okay, all of that is tracked and monitored by state officials. That's what this is. Magic Marker site, that whole area, it's not the actual Magic Marker site, it's a larger area. We're talking about the New Method Cleaners, which is right across from Jenny Stubblefield. We have plans, hopefully long-term, to make that a recreation site, but we have to make sure it's safe. We're talking about testing of soil, testing of groundwater, and the Acid Pink Greenway, which is a multi-million-dollar project that's been in the works since '98, there was a ton of industrial facilities there. And everybody back in the day weren't as compliant as they are now. So it's incumbent upon my department to ensure that before we build any park facility anywhere in the city, that we are in proper compliance and that it's safe for people. There are certain sites that we have where if we're doing any digging, for example, that soil has to be placed in a certain area and only certain officials can touch it. That's an example of what we're dealing with here. So it's a process, and having a committee of people who are professionals, business owners, and technical folks, it helps us keep us on our toes. But we have a substantial amount of grant money now, just so you know, dedicated to these projects. So it's ongoing.
Okay, so then when we enter into these, as far as the initiation of when the cleanups will go, that's still to be determined.
Yes, well, there's cleanups ongoing now for New Method Cleaners. You guys voted for that already. So there's a substantial amount of money. Again, the process is slower than I would like. It's slow. It's like years in the making. Like Scarpati is a site. How long has Scarpati's been gone from over there by Nottingham, right? But that is still an ongoing issue for us to resolve, for example.
Okay. So any new opening of ground, et cetera, we still don't have the dates on all that.
Correct.
Okay, and then just to make sure, regarding Magic Marker site itself has been remediated.
Yes, correct.
Okay, because everybody knows that is the original Superfund site.
Yeah, it's referring to the entire area. If you look at a map, it's a much larger site.
Okay, thank you very much for explaining that. Consent, please.
Thank you. Consent, Mr. Garcia.
Noted.
25-464.
Thank you, ma'am. So my question with this, I'm really glad to see it make to the agenda tonight, but could you talk about the wording on the sign? Just so the public knows.
So I can do one better. I can share the wording. Well, our goal was to get approval from you first, and then we're going to put together the wording, and I'll share it with the council before, and then we can make it public that way, home of a press release.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it will be reflecting of the history of the site.
Okay, excellent. And would that be able to be installed before February, or we look?
Yeah, as soon as we get this done, everything depends on the ground and the temperature.
Hopefully have a warm winter.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Consent, please.
Council Vice President.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. Just a quick question about the status of the building, the center that what's the status with that?
So we have hired an architect to draw plans. We have plans. First and second floor are done. We need to look at the outside. So we're probably about a month away. So remember, we had a $400,000 grant that came in from that, appropriation from DCA for that, but that's not going to be enough to cover what we need. So we need to really have a conversation about capital budget, but because you don't want to use your current fund money for that. So we need to be able to raise that money. But I imagine mid-January, I'll have completed construction documents. The question then is funding. But remember, what we're going to do is you're going to have the signage, you'll have an interpretive center, and then we're also doing a monument as well in that area. So the whole area is going to be redone.
Thank you. Excited to finally see that
Yep.
start moving to completion. So Algernon would be proud. Thank you. Consent.
Thank you. 25-465, does anyone have any questions on?
Yes.
25-465, Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yeah. So the question that I have on there was just what work is the money going to be used to complete? What are we doing?
This is going to be, we have a number of issues, electrical, plumbing. We have an ongoing leak that we're struggling to locate, some roofing issues. So what we're doing is we have some rescue money that we have for Ellerslie. We're applying for a number of grants to address that issue because Ellerslie wants to open a satellite location as well to expand the museum collection and also have it available to young people.
Right.
So we need to prep that site as well. So we're trying to grab as much money as we can to address issues. Even at Ellerslie now, the porch itself needs to be addressed. The windows need to be addressed. You know, so all of the electrical work. You know.
Thank you. We've been moving slowly but surely with that. I'm happy we were able to move to get the HVAC and all that stuff
Yes.
together with that. So I just wanted to know. All right. Thank you. Consent.
Anyone else have any questions for that 465? 25-466, Councilwoman Feliciano and Councilwoman Williams.
We already went over that one.
Fine with that. Oh, yeah, we're skipping around. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Well,
Consent.
yeah, there were two different ones. All right, 25 dash.
That's it.
Yes, thank you,
For me?
Director.
Go now.
Yeah, because we wrapped up 466 with 463, so that was great. 469.
So I don't have, thank you, Council Vice President. We went in at length. My question about it was gonna deal with the Fresno ice, but we went over that part, so I'm good with that. I don't have any questions for 469.
That'd be for consent agenda.
Director, you come back. We have
Consent.
471.
Yeah, consent for that one.
Consent, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So the question I have on this, Director Semple, is just for clarity. Did we hire CDM Smith to do the reviews of the bid? Did we hire them to oversee this or anything?
CDM Smith is the engineer overseeing this project, yes.
Okay, so we paid them to oversee the project and so then they looked at the bids that came in for it, right?
That's correct.
And made their determination. So in reading this, they made a recommendation. God. I had to highlight it. We didn't go with their recommendation. Okay, here it is. Recommendation. It said, based on their review, it appears that the lowest qualified bidder is Waters and Bugbee Inc., right? They meet the qualifications to do the work. They receive positive reviews. CDM Smith recommends that the contract phase 5B base and supplemental bids be awarded to the lowest responsive bidder, Waters Bugbee, at a total cost of $5,619,340 plus supplemental, blah, blah, blah. But we're going with Ducon Inc. So we paid CDM Smith to oversee this. We pay them to look and to give us their recommendation. So why did we not take it?
You want to?
Council Vice President, if I may jump in on that, please.
Director Bridges.
Yes, if you recall, there was an attorney that came before us several months ago, Mr. Ross, who was actually representing, I believe, Waters and Bigsby, and expressed to you his desire. I'm not sure.
Roman.
Which one?
Roman.
Roman, my apologies, Roman. And they put an official challenge in. Based on that challenge, if you'll recall, the administration tabled that to hear out his challenge. He sent a letter to the law department. We looked at his challenge and we sustained his challenge. And this is all public knowledge, and there is ongoing litigation, which is why I'm kind of going to be kind of guarded in what I say. But there was a sustaining of the challenge with respect to Waters and Bigsby's submission. It was determined by legal that there was a fatal flaw to their submission. As a result of that, the decision was made to award it to the second most responsible bidder, Ducon. That was challenged in Superior Court, and the judge reserved a decision because it was not ripe for a decision, because it was not put before this council with respect to who was the most the proper responsive bidder. So that's the reason why Waters and Bigsby's was not selected based on the challenge, based on candidly my review of that challenge. I sustained their challenge with respect to Waters and Bigsby and awarded it to the second lowest bidder, which ultimately is going to be decided by the Superior Court Chancery Division.
So should we even be voting on that?
It's necessary that we vote on it, because if we don't vote on it, we don't have a ripe controversy for the court to make a determination either way. Candidly, it should have been, a decision should have been made before, and the only reason why we did not bring it to this council for approval prior is because there were temporary restraints in order prohibiting us from putting it before this council for a vote. And then when they went for a final decision based on the parties' papers, the judge said, well, this matter isn't ripe for a controversy right now because it hasn't been awarded. So yes, we should vote on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Consent.
Yeah. Roll call that one.
Roll call, 470.
That'd be roll call for 471.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, 25-474, Councilwoman Figueroa Kettner.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, Director. Good evening. My question on this, I'm not questioning proposals, I'm not questioning the bids or the winners or what have you. Looking at this from a different standpoint, there was 3 graders, Chief Centura, Reina Segura, and Miss Lisa Cerisol. Mr. Santora then composed a memo stating who he thought was, should get the bid based on the grading and all the criteria and what have you. And that was submitted to yourself on November 6th. My concern was your memo then to purchasing was essentially the same thing verbatim. There was really not much differential at all. And my concern is basically that for something like that, instead of rewriting a memo verbatim to just say you concur with Chief Santora and Reina Segura's assessments and would like to proceed with purchasing rather than rewrite the memo almost verbatim. I just think that, you weren't part of the grading. I understand that they probably report to you and you take their word, but I think that for something like that, rather than that, then just say, I concur with, my employees on this assessment, and I would like to proceed with purchasing. I mean, it may be nitpicking, but I just think that, these are legal documents at the end of the day. I think that would have been maybe more proper, professional, or what have you.
I need to, I don't know what you're talking about.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Kittenberg, that is actually truth for almost every single recommendation to award. If you look at other recommendations, I don't know how many we have. We will take the language from. Usually, we just change it. If it's addressed to the director, he will just change it and direct it to me with using the same language. It's sort of a normal procedure for us when requesting to award a contract. With a tweak here and there, depending on the director, but we will usually just take the exact same language and put it. Usually, to be honest with you, the person, I don't know if that's the case for for the director, right? But usually, when I was a director, if the engineer said, this is my recommendation, they will also send me the letter prepared for me just to sign it with the same language. It's really standard among the departments when we are issuing an award of a contract. But I get your point.
Thank you.
Consent?
Yeah.
Consent? And Mr. Garcia, that brings us to the end of our questions. With the
Okay.
exception of one being roll called, it seems like all else are on the consent agenda.
Madam Vice President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve a consent agenda consistent of all the resolutions this evening with the exception of Resolution 471.
And 25-476 for executive session.
You can even attach that as well. You're going to approve that to go into executive session. You'll eventually go into executive session.
Okay.
And I'll ask you for a motion to go into executive session shortly.
Okay, awesome. Can I have a motion to accept the consent agenda with the exception of 25-471?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call. Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Motion carried. And that brings us to, Madam President,
Roll call resolution.
roll call resolution 471. And if you'd like to ask for a motion to approve.
Can I have a motion to approve 25-471?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Abstain.
Is that an abstention?
Yeah.
Thank you. Noted. Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
And
Just a gentle reminder to council and the public that we do have attorneys here paid by the hour at $250 an hour to join us in executive session for Trenton Waterworks conversation regarding the lawsuit that cannot be discussed publicly. So I'm going to ask for a motion to rearrange the agenda to move executive session to now before public comment. And I want to just issue an apology to the public. I know that we have been here for a while. If you can stick with us, hopefully we can be out of executive session in a matter of 20 minutes so that we can get them out of here so that we can hear what you have to say. I have a motion, if anyone agrees.
So moved.
I heard a motion by Figueroa Kettenberg. Was there a second?
How many people on public comment? How many people do we have on public
That
comment?
motion failed? We're
The
dead?
motion was not, the motion
No
was not
second.
moved. So the question is, how many people do we have on public comment so that we can deliberate on whether we can want to move up? Just don't worry about it. Okay. All right. Director Bridges has pulled his request to move it up. So let's move into public comment.
Vice President, we do have a short list for public comment this evening. If you want to move to public comment, I can begin that now.
Yes.
Okay. And Madam Vice President, we have listed at this time about, seven or eight people for public comment. Public comment will be 5 minutes for each individual. You may address anything that you wish. Please state your name and address for the record. The council is not obligated to respond to you. First individual listed is Victor Irizarry.
Victor Irizarry, 19 Malden Avenue. Again, it's a pleasure. I like your hairstyle, it's different. We got four things that I really want to talk about. Sanctuary City, and that's safe haven for the immigrants, and of course the bombing of the Venezuelans. Trying to make that money as Americans like to make money off of them, or the poor people of South America, Central America, Mexico, the farmers down there. I call them street drug dealers in Trenton, street farmers, and they work hand in hand. Executive Order 11727 directed towards Black community now expecting the Hispanics and North America, North and South America. All right, and I recommend Trenton be the first city in America to ask for a repeal Executive Order 11727, Sanctuary City, and keep the Hispanics, or I call them Gumbalinos, keep us all safe, and also look out for the African American community, which was directed first through the Mafia, J. Edgar Hoover, and so forth. Now, another issue, this anti-Semitism is really, this is actually directed to anti-Judaism and not anti-Semitism, because to me, Semitic is a people, a combination of Northern Europeans and Africans, Egyptians and Phoenicians combined, which makes the Semitic people. And then to be anti-Semite is to be anti-people of color, and not only the Jews, and that's the name for the Israelites who happen to be Hebrews. This is incorrect. To see what happened was, this man by the name of Frederick Wilhelm Adolf Mars, he was a journalist and a politician. It was a German journalist and politician, and popularized the anti-Semitic name. And that was because at that time, when the Jews were emancipated from the control of the Germans, they became so financially well off that this man, along with other groups, and he got cast out of different groups he would have been to, but he eventually got something going on the ground and started his anti-Semitism. But what he wanted was for the Jews to become Christian Germans. And the Jews were not going to do that. So along with that, and the other people around them that became Jews were different colors, different races. So Jews are religion. So he made Judaism the religion, a race. So when this anti-Semitism, when you think that, well, the Jews, if it's a religion and a race, which is it, and that's because of this man right here. So this thing that's going on with killing, always attacking the Jews, I did a research on them, and after all the suffering that they've suffered because of being rebellious and disobedient, and crooks, according to their patriarch, was Jacob. Jacob stole the inheritance from his brother Esau. Now, my point is, after all the chastisement, they started studying the laws that was given to them by Moses, and practiced that to the point where they perfected it and became financially successful. So for us to attack the Jews, it's because they are adhering to God's laws, and we should learn from them instead of attacking them. All right, and then when it comes to Semitism, we are all Semitic, one way or another. We're all Semitic. So to say and to be anti-Semite and attack the Israelites by nationality, and actually what you're attacking is them for being Jews who practice the laws of God, and when it comes to finance and staying away from people who have been cursed by God, besides them, then you are committing a crime towards humanity. So that's I wanted to get into, of course, the drug trade. So Sanctuary, what's happening in Venezuela, Hispanics down there, the Gumbalinos, and everywhere on the planet Earth, they have a right to benefit from their land and make that a legit industry. So by revoking 11727 executive order, that would allow and legalize that will free our brothers and sisters, African Americans, from the jail system, which the drug trade was directed. At one time, it was legal, then it became illegal. Why? Because the Nation of Islam, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, telling the African Americans 1555 to 1619 who they really were. or R. Thank you.
Robin Washington.
Good evening, Robin Washington, 447 West Hanover Street. I'm coming up before the council again for the properties located at 442 and 444 West Hanover Street, which I've been told are undersized lots. So I would have to buy both of them and combine them. When I submitted my original application in September of 2019, I offered a price, it was countered, I accepted. It was supposed to go before City Council back in 2019. I've been back and forth before this council, as well as going to whatever office it is, because at this point, I'm like really frustrated. When I was at the meeting last month, all the properties that were down for a first reading were put on hold because Councilwoman Kettenberg wasn't satisfied with the monetary amounts that were being offered. I came tonight. I'm not making any excuses, but it's a reality for me and a great deal of pain because I thought that it would be part of the resolutions for tonight. I look on here and there's 0 for resolutions, but I see that resolution 25-460 for the amount of $1,437,425.57. You're proposing 40 tax sale certificates. There was a question that was raised earlier when the council was having their dialogue about that purchase price and the individual, even though they're listing under, I guess, different LLCs, but it's the same individual. And if I recall correctly, I was told that the move for the city of Trenton was for home ownership. To keep these, I'm just gonna say people, from coming into Trenton, buying up properties, not fixing them up properly, renting them out, and then transferring them within family members and still not getting them inspected properly. My plan is to develop those lots once they're combined, but it's just very frustrating that I've had an application in for almost 6 years and nothing has been done. It was on the agenda for the last meeting. There was a reading with all the docket numbers and nothing was done. So like I said, for me, it's very frustrating coming in here and thinking that something is going to get done and it's not. And if home ownership and inspiring small business entrepreneurship, that's not happening. It's not. It's like these corporations are buying up the properties. They don't live here. They could care less about the city. I'm trying to buy property directly across the street from where I live to improve my neighborhood. Thank you for your attention.
I don't know what Ardina Best.
Ardina Best, 615 South Clinton Avenue. My deepest concern is the homeless that's between situations living on the street with pets, dogs. Why they can't give them vouchers to put them in hotels? They have hotels now that accept dogs. The dogs is freezing out there, especially all this week. I've been going around. And I try to take some of them in my apartment, but I have pets myself. But I don't understand why they can't just get vouchers for these people with pets to go into the hotels, especially now the weather's real bad. That's all I have to say.
I have an individual listed here. Your name is illegible. The individual lives at 870 Parkside.
Teacher told me that too. Hi, good evening, Mary Horn, Trenton.
I come before the council tonight to bring an issue to your attention that there are residents in Kingsbury that do not have any heat right now. They're leaving out of their apartments and they have went to, I got a call from Crystal Cook. That's where it started with me. So I'm down here to not to represent, but to bring it to the council's attention. It's cold in the West Tower. They have no heat. Not even the maintenance man. So they're moving, well, they're staying with some relatives, so I hope somebody can look into that. Because while we can have a warm Christmas, some of them will not. I've also been told that there's several people that have been evicted as cold as it is with children. So having said that, I would also piggyback on what Carolyn Clark has says. I am asking the council to put a resolution forth to assist the deceased with the DEP because they're going to keep coming. They haven't stopped. This has been going on for a while. So I would also ask that you put forth that resolution. Number 3, give me a second with that. It's so much. So we talked about that. And I think that'll be it just about now. I'm not going to be any longer than that. It was Kingsbury, that, and the people out there. Have a Merry Christmas and thank you very much.
John Salvetta.
Good evening, John Salvetta, 435 Tyler Street, but I'm actually speaking on behalf of my role at Foundation Academies. I have a couple thanks and a couple asks. First, I want to thank Councilwoman Kettenberg for all of her help with our new high school. Also, Director Harris, and both of you for your help with Pat Home Park. The school's coming along amazing, and it's nice to see that come into fruition. Secondly, I do want to today to clear the streets around Grand Street, Adeline. It was icy this morning. People were falling, and before dismissal, they came on through. So I have to thank Public Works. I know that snow days, operations, and things like that, they're not fun for anyone in operations. That's my role. And so got to thank them. And my asks. No, I also need to thank Anthony Santora as well. We have some traffic issues over on West State Street. He threw in a crosswalk over by Perdicaris where the walkway bridge is. We have a lot of kids who are walking and families morning and afternoon. I do want to talk with Councilwoman Frisbee about, I asked Mr. Santora about the solar lights to acknowledge a crosswalk there, because I understand we have, and this is going to be part of the next part, crossing guard hiring issues. So if we can at least get the flashing lights, he said I have to go before council about that because they cost about $20K. Understandable. So I'll ask her help for that. I'll email her. But Mr. Santora was fantastic with my request, so I have to give thanks to him. So my ask, number one, I'll email Councilwoman Frisbee. The second one is in regards to the crossing guards and the lack of ability of crossing guards. And I can't fault Director Wilson for it, because if we're not getting the word out enough, who's going to apply? So my ask is, and I've looked through Facebook pages, I've looked on the city's website. Why don't we have a flyer that can be sent out to the schools to send out to our parents? I have parents every day complaining to me about no crossing guard at West State and Rutgers Place, which is, I'll curb my language, it's dangerous. But I can't take the complaints every day. I direct them to the police department. I've had parents wanting to volunteer, but to save you all lawsuits, I've said, do not volunteer to stand in that crosswalk at risk of getting hit by a car. So if the city, I don't know who in HR, can put together a flyer, send it out to the schools, because we have parents that want to do it. They have the time. They could use the money. can we get this out? Can we get it posted on Facebook and our social media multiple times so that we can garner more people for the applications? That's my simple ask, is I'm looking out for our kids, I'm looking out for our families, and I'm not just talking about Foundation Academy's kids. I'm talking about every school that has crosswalks and kids walking. And that's honestly my simple ask. So thank you all, and just wanted to acknowledge you all. Thank you.
Robin Vaughn.
Robin Vaughn, 1100 Stuyvesant Avenue. Thank you, council and Trentonians, people here in this room and online. I just wanted to quickly speak about developers. I was here last council meeting, and I see a couple of developers that have been in Trenton for quite some time and haven't paid their fair share. They constantly ask for pilots, and I don't think that they should be granted pilots. You're talking about revenue generation, you're talking about the MOU. I hope you all had an opportunity to review the MOU, and I hope the law department at some juncture renegotiate that legal document, which they can, with your input. Okay, so if you read the MOU, you would know that what Paul Harris is doing, that you have control of. The MOU specify that Parks and Recreation is a revenue generating department. So they should be very happy that he's putting on programming that gets people into our parks to generate revenue. But I guess a lot of folks wouldn't know that. They need to educate themselves on these processes. So, and read and check their mail instead of checking Black women who are professionals, right? So I appreciate the diversity of our council. You have Councilwoman Williams, you have Black woman here, Teska Frisbee of the West Ward. I know you're Indigenous, Native American Indian. So for you to talk down to Black women, I think that is unacceptable. When they are professionals, they are degreed, they went to top schools for their engineering degrees, they are highly qualified to work at Trenton Water Works, and to come to you to explain that they are governing and managing our water utility as they should. So, and I thank you as well, Councilwoman Kettenberg, and also yourself, being a Black woman, Crystal Feliciano, you understand what I'm talking about when Black women are challenged by other women of color who aren't Black. So you say that you're Indigenous on all your sites, so you're Native. So I don't appreciate you talking down to Black professional women when you're not a professional. So the other thing that I will say is keep on working for your degree. The other thing I would say is that when you're talking about that resolution for Ducon, they're up in Basking Ridge. So I would love for it to go to Waters Bugsby. They're here in Mercer County. And you tell whoever you approve for that contract, $5.7 million, make sure they hire Trentonians and they're in compliance with EEOC and contract compliance and hiring people to work on those lucrative contracts at Trenton Water Works. There are a lot of men and women in our city who could use those contracts in temporary employee, that they have to be compliant with those laws. And I just want to also talk about, the developers and those pilots. There is Vista Center Development LLC. This gentleman has nothing but he's been fleecing Trent for a long time with his development projects. Okay, I know who he is. I know who Vista Center Development LLC is, and he has not given any community givebacks. When you're talking about giving development, ask for community givebacks. What are they going to give in return for their pilots? And the other one that he had two on the docket last time. He also has 221 East Hanover LLC. He got the Aspire grant. So I know his buildings very well. He has not given anything back to this city. And I don't hear the council ever talking about community givebacks when you're talking about giving pilots and tax abatements, right? And I just want to make sure that that executive session, whatever you're discussing in there, that you're not in violation of sunshine laws, because that lawsuit is very public. Judge Bartles, he has passed his ruling. So his ruling is through the December 31st. So I don't know what you're discussing, because I thought executive sessions are exclusively for settlements, financial settlements.
Ma'am, that is your time. Thank you.
Check your mail.
Caroline Clark.
Good evening again, Council, Trentonians. So I'm basically continuing my thought that I gave during my first trip to the podium tonight. So utilities fail. Utilities need to be maintained. Because the state wants to sell Trenton Waterworks, now they're trying to hold us to a different standard. They want to hold us to a standard almost of perfection, right? Routine breaks are being deemed catastrophic, right? They're being put out into the stratosphere and circulated to promote the for sale agenda. I'm asking council to back the state up, check the state. Do not let the state wag the dog here. You are the ones in charge of our utility. You are the ones we vote for. Councilwoman Gattenberg, you said PSC&G was down for about 5 hours. I can appreciate it. I live on the island, I flood. So did BPU send out a letter about that 5-hour failure? It did not. Is that grounds to force PSC&G to sell? It is not. So the state is abusing and it's exceeding its regulatory powers. It's behaving like a bully. I want to remind the public that Hopewell went to referendum in November and they had the privilege, the right to vote on whether to sell their water or not, and they voted. We had that same privilege and we exercised it in 2010, but somehow the referendum to sell is respected, but the referendum to not sell is not. So tell me the difference between Hopewell and Trenton. What is the difference in our referendums? So, okay, we do have American Water as backup, as our water professionals told us, but we are also their backup. We rent pipes to them by Commissioner LaTourrette's own RFP. He told us in that RFP that Aqua and American Water rent pipes from us. So there is a professional and relationship, and implicitly that means that American Water and Aqua Water, they break too. Okay. We need to tell the state to, if the state is here looking out for public safety, as they keep saying, you tell them to look out for all the public, treat all utilities the same, stop holding Trenton Waterworks to a different standard. It is obvious and shameful that they have an agenda. Trentonians, we see them and we want to remind them we are not for sale. If the state is concerned regarding Trenton spending on hot dogs for our marginalized community, in our marginalized community, tell them leave Trenton Waterworks or income generating asset alone and pay their pilot. Thank you.
Madam Vice President, those are all the individuals I have listed for public comment this evening. If it's your wish, you can move to any individual for civic comment.
I believe we have the executive session before the city.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You do. I apologize. That was automatic. Did you wish to go into executive session now?
I have a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Vice President Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano, Councilwoman Figueroa Kettenberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Gonzalez. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. She's not here. Motion carried. And do we expect a vote coming out of executive session this evening? No vote expected. Thank you.
Only civic comment for those that want to stick around to hear any responses from council. Thank you.